by my side. We're going left while you're always on the right. Don't decide, I just need you to barely try. No, I fry, I just need you to not die. There's one left, I need you to win this fight. You should have rested, we lose like this every time. Go ahead and cry, you're not getting better. This isn't fine, we can't play together. And tell me, where are you looking? There's no way that you cannot see what I see. And tell me, where are you looking? There's no way that you cannot see what I see. Tell me, where are you looking? There's no way that you cannot see what I see. And tell me, where are you looking? There's no way that you cannot see what I see. Going left, I need you by my side. Going left, while you're always on the right. Don't decide, I just need you to barely try. No, I fry, I just need you to not die. There's one left, I need you to win this fight. You should have rested, we lose like this every time. Go ahead and cry, you're not getting better. This isn't fine, we can't play together. And tell me, where are you looking? There's no way that you cannot see what I see. And tell me, where are you looking? There's no way that you cannot see what I see. And tell me, where are you looking? There's no way that you cannot see what I see. And tell me, where are you looking? There's no way that you cannot see what I see.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Series E. It's day 2 of Splash Week, and that means Pro Night here tonight. I'm your host, as always. My name is Ye. So excited to be here once again. We had a very fun show last night. Lots of competition. Team Intel ends up coming out on top with their second over 100-point performance of the season. So really impressive from them. We'll have to see if they can carry that momentum here into tonight. Now, for those of you that are new and don't know how Series E works, I can break it down for you, okay? Series E is a professional Apex Legends open circuit that absolutely anyone can join, okay? We have 9 squads that made it into this season either through our open qualifiers prior to the season or based on their placement in Season 2 of Series E. Now, all 9 of these squads have now been drafted and signed by our 9 partnered brands, and each player now makes $750 a month salary, as well as competes weekly for points and prize money every Tuesday night against other open squads, just like they used to be themselves, and then every single Wednesday, like today, against some of the best pros from all across North America. If you and your squad want to get in on the action, head over to matcherino.com/ESA or use exclamation point sign up in Twitch chat for a shot at being a future Series E Pro. Now, tons of action here tonight. Obviously, big pro squads coming in to compete with our teams. Splash trying to make a splash during their sponsored week. But before we get into that, we get to play my favorite game show here. I've got a very special guest joining me for Deal or Steal. He's been competing all season for Team Splash. He's got a big competition ahead of him here tonight. I am joined by Turns joining me on the show to play some Deal or Steal. Turns, how are we doing today, my man?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I am excited to have you here, excited to play some Deal or Steal. Just real quick before we get into the game, how are you feeling about how you guys played last night and then going into competition tonight?
We'll have our full roster tonight, so we'll be doing way better.
Okay, I love to hear it. I mean, hey, you guys are right on Team Pop-Tart's heels, so there's a lot on the line here with only a few weeks left in the season. But before we get into the serious stuff, let's play some Deal or Steal. For those of you that are at home and maybe don't know how it works, it's pretty simple, okay? I've got 20 Apex crates with a range of awesome prizes from our partners and us here at Esports Arena. To start the show, Turns is going to pick one of those crates. We will set it aside for later in the show. We will then go through multiple rounds, opening and eliminating crates and prizes off the board. At the end of each round, I will have a deal that Turns can either take or he can elect to steal and keep playing the game. If we get to the end of all of those rounds and he hasn't taken any of my deals, we'll crack open the crate that he chose from the start and he will win what is inside. And if you guys want to come and play with me, make sure to subscribe to us here at twitch.tv/esportsarena for a shot to come and play Deal or Steal with me. Sound good to you, Turns?
Yep, sounds good.
All right, let's do it. We're going to throw the game up on the board. Again, I got 20 Apex crates, bunch of different prizes here from a bunch of our sponsors, and you've got to pick one here to start. So 1 through 20, what is that lucky number for you today?
Let's take a nice 9.
Number 9, he says. Okay. So we're going to set that one aside. You folks can see on your screen all the different prizes we have from our partners. So we'll set aside number 9 here for Turns. Now, first round, we got to open up and eliminate 9 different crates. So where are we starting?
Let's start with 11.
Okay, we'll start with number 11. We're looking to get some of those white tiers off the board early. A lot of snack packs up there, some drinks. I know Turns is plenty hydrated. He's got all the splash over there to keep him
always.
well hydrated. I know you look like you work out a lot. You got the lift tank on. I know you're all about making sure you got that water in you.
Yeah, leg day was yesterday.
All right, leg day, love it. And we're starting off big, a 6,700 Apex coins off the board to start off. Do you have all of the heirlooms yet, Turns?
I do not.
You do not. Okay, so maybe there's some Apex coins in your future here today, but that big boy going to be off the board to start off. What's next?
18.
18. Okay, down to that bottom row. Again, we're hunting for some of those white tier prizes here in these early rounds. Want to get those good deals to start things off, and there it is. Splash Week. We found a Splash Water Pack for the Splash player inside of number 18. That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, I guess. 15.
Number 15, all right. Keeping them down to these lower rows. Inside of number 15, we've got the other. He hunted him down early. Okay.
There it is.
He's a splash player. He knew where they were hiding, I guess, from the start, and that is a great way to start the show. What's next?
Let's do number 1.
Number 1, he says. All right, go up to that top left corner. Inside of crate number 1, we've got an Esports Arena mystery box, one of those 2 available on the show today. Turns, is there kind of a chase prize for you here today? I know the common one is the Xbox, but maybe do you need a new keyboard or a new headset?
Probably go for the red.
Probably go for the red.
Xbox.
Okay, hoping for the Xbox. We'll have to see if we can, maybe it's hiding inside a number 9 here from the start. Where are we going next after number 1?
Number 5.
Number 5, okie doke. Hoping for another white tier here. We've hit 2 of those. 2 of the blues here so far, and a Series E jersey of your choice. I know Turns has got a couple of splash jerseys back at the house there, so he's set on the jersey front.
True.
Okay.
All right, let's keep going down that row.
Keep going down that road,
13.
down to number 13. Okay. Let's see what we have inside crate number 13. Is it going to be a lucky one? It's going to be a $50 Walmart gift card. That's a lot of snacks, maybe a lot of splash you could pick up with that one, but there's still another one left on the table.
Okay. All right, let's get some more whites. 17.
All right, 17. We're going to close out that whole left column here, just leaving number 9 for later in the show. So 17, and just got to open 2 more crates after this one. And oh no, there it is, the Xbox Series S out in the first round. That one's going to sting a bit. There's still a couple good Razor prizes available. We got the keyboard and the headset, but the Xbox is going to sting.
A little bit. All right. Let's go for number 2.
Number 2. Got to get back to the white tiers here. Turns was hunting him down at the start of the round, but they've gotten away from him for a little bit, but we're back to it. There's the Rockstar pack off of the table here, and with 1 more crate to open in the round, we have an opportunity here to finish strong.
All right, number 3.
Number 3, he says. Okay. We need a good pull here to close it out. Maybe a Pringles pack, maybe some Cheez-Its. It's going to be the Pop-Tarts pack. That's exactly what we need to close out the round. Good finish, Turns. All right, so my first deal for you here. You finished strong, you started strong, bit of a stumble in the middle with the Xbox going off the table, but I would say still a solid start to the show. Some good prizes still left on the table. You mentioned you don't have the heirlooms, so for my first deal here, I'd like to help you out with that. I got 2,150 Apex coins, get you some packs, maybe get you some heirloom shards here. What are we thinking, deal or steal?
I'm thinking steal.
He's thinking steal. Didn't even have to think about it. Turns new. We're still going. We're still playing. There's still some big prizes on the table here. Okay, so we eliminated 9 in the first round. This time, 6 crates got to go. Where are we starting?
Might as well end the row there with 4.
Okay, close out the top row. Knockout number 4. We need a strong start to this round like we had the last time, and we will do it. The Rice Krispies Treats pack hiding inside of crate number 4. That's what we're looking for.
Much better. Yep. 7.
Number 7. All right, inside of lucky number 7, it's going to be the other Series E jersey of your choice. So I mentioned it earlier. Turns has already got his splash jersey, so that is a little victory for him. So we'd love to see that. 2 down, 4 to go.
All right. Let's go for 20.
Number 20. Bottom right right-hand corner. We're hoping for no purple tiers inside of this one, and it won't be there. One of those 2 remaining Apex Coins prizes, 2,150 coins off of the table. And we're building some momentum here, Turns. That's 3 good pulls here. What's next?
19.
Number 19. There's a method to the madness, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, you can see it.
It's the other Esports Arena mystery box, famous for Tom T Squared Taylor requesting some gamer bathwater from CEO Tyler Endress in his that he won last season. Can neither confirm nor deny whether he received said bathwater, but all right, I believe just a couple more to go. Yeah, should be just 2 more this round.
All right. 8.
Okay, number 8. We're looking, there's still a few more of those white tiers here, some Pringles, some Apple Jacks, maybe some Cheez-It. There's the other Apex Coins prize. So we're doing real good this round, Turns. Last one. Let's finish on a high here.
Yep. 12.
Number 12, okay. Inside of crate number 12, hoping to eliminate one of those final 3 white tier prizes inside of this crate. Can he do it? The Razer Wireless Black Shark V2 Pros.
Had to happen.
Bit of a stumble here at the end of the round, but overall, really, really good. The keyboard still on the table, the $50 Walmart gift card as well, and then a few of those white tier prizes, 5 crates remaining. So my deal for you this time, going to get a little better. I love that you still have the keyboard there on the table. So this time I've got an Esports Arena mystery box for you. And now let me break down how the rest of the game will go. If you don't want this deal, we will open 3 more crates. I will then have a final deal for you. If you don't take that next deal, then we open up number 9. So what are we thinking here?
What's in the crate again?
It's a mystery box. It's a mystery.
Oh,
maybe some merch. Yeah,
Yeah, I'll take it.
He'll take it.
Let's go.
Turns says he wants the Esports Arena mystery box.
Mystery.
All right. Hey, we'll send him some swag, maybe a little
water, whatever it is.
I will talk to Tyler's people. They will get back to me. We'll figure something out. Awesome. Just for curiosity's sake, let's open up number 9. Let's see what turns left on the table here. I'm always curious. I got to know. Inside of crate number 9, we had, the keyboard. Okay.
Keyboard.
All right. But I think you walk away with a good prize here. We'll get you something real nice inside of that mystery box. Turns, thanks so much for joining me here today. Just for tonight, obviously Pro Night is your most difficult night of competition, but you guys have had some good success over the last couple of weeks. What is your key tonight to having success on Pro Night?
Probably consistency, and overall, we normally do better in Pro Night.
Okay.
Just because of how it's played, so.
All right. Hey, you've got the full squad here tonight. I'm looking forward to it. Best of luck to you and the squad. And folks, make sure to be cheering on Turns and Team Splash here in Twitch chat tonight. So that was Turns of Team Splash joining me for some deal or steal. Always appreciate their time here. And we're kicking off the show, ladies and gents. It's Splash Week. It is Pro Night here. We've got 6 games ahead of us. It's going to be a lot of fun. If you missed last night, we had tons of action there, and today only promises to be better. We got some of the biggest names in Apex Legends competing tonight. Your TSMs, your C9s, your Team Liquids, your G2s. Big boys here tonight. One thing I do want to talk about a little bit, and if production could do it for me, I would love to take a look at our cumulative standings here in a moment, just because I want to take a look at kind of the way the picture shapes up for our teams here. With only a couple more weeks left in the season, we're finishing up week 9, and there will be only 2 more weeks of competition after tonight's play ends. And so there's multiple different races going on between our partnered squads, because the key is, if you make it inside of the top 4, you automatically qualify for the next season of Series E. So your spot is safe. Your salary is safe. So that is very important for these teams. And we can take a look now as the cumulative standings come up for you all at the multiple races here. One of the biggest ones obviously is for first place for that Season 3 championship. Team Intel still controls that slot for now. And they have a significant lead over Team Pringles and Team Razor. That is certainly going to be a battle. Quite a bit of a gap to make up for Pringles and Razor. Obviously, as the time runs short, that is going to become more difficult. That big night from Intel last night definitely widened the gap there. So it is looking more likely like it will just be battle for second place. But the one I specifically want to highlight here is the battle for fourth place. Splash, trying to come up on the heels here of Team Pop-Tarts. Time is running out. A big performance tonight would go a long way for Team Splash. So we'll have to see if they can do it here. If you're a Splash fan, definitely be rooting them on here throughout the night. So the best part is, though, we're ready for the action. I'm going to be here throughout the night breaking down some of the stats and the storylines of the show, but I'm ready to head over to our casters and get Series E underway. Let's close out Splash Week right here.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Series E Apex Legends starts right now. All right, welcome everybody to Series E here for Nestle Splash Week, and it's a super important week for Nestle Splash. You saw right there with JC in the preamble that Nestle Splash are currently 32 points off from the bubble with a few weeks left. Tom, it's all coming down to the wire, and that is one of the most important races right now.
I think that they can do it. They just got to, play tight and, play like they did on their last week, pro week. They don't really do well on the open days, which is weird. They do fairly well on the pro days. And I saw them do really well last week when they were playing to their game. So Turns has to go and play aggressive. We just saw him. Turns has been an amazing player for quite some time. He's always been someone that's constantly improving week by week after he took time off. So I'm excited to see what he can do because I know that he's been active. I know that he's been streaming a lot. I know they're getting ready for the ALGS as well. So, there's a lot of potential for the Splash team. They just really got to put it together and play together.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is a very important thing to note, right? The different kinds of play styles when it comes to the open nights and when it comes to the pro nights. When it comes to the open nights, it feels more like the qualifier rounds, and you have to be able to play both play styles when it comes to Apex Legends, especially with the qualifiers coming up. We have the first round of qualifiers for the Pro League happening this weekend. Let's go ahead and talk about the action that's taking place tonight, though. It is pro night here for Nestle Splash Week, so we're going to have 6 matches being played on World's Edge. 11 of the best North American teams will be competing against our 9 partnered squads tonight with $500 on the line. We have $350 going to first place and $150 going to second place. Point distribution, this is going to be ALGS standard. So placement points matters, kill points matter as well. First place will net you 12 points all the way down to 15th, which will net you 1 points as well, and every single kill point gets you 1 point throughout all of this. And we know that for our winners, it's basically a 50-50 split between kill points and placement points that will ultimately net you the victory. But we have to talk about who our partnered squads are facing off against tonight, because like we said, we have 11 of the best North American competitors, pro teams joining us tonight. The newly signed CLG with Nano, GS Bird, and Vatro will be joining the fray with Cloud9, Liquid, Renegades, basically every heavy hitter except for NRG and Complexity, basically in our lobby.
I'm excited about the players. I'm excited about the team comps. I'm excited about watching, Albrelli on Cloud9 and obviously Verholst on Team Intel playing amazing Valkyrie play. I think that as Pathfinder mains, Jamerson, you know this, man. Path's our boy, right? Mm-hmm. And Path's just not as strong anymore. Valkyrie is way stronger, especially when you watch these two players utilize it. And again, the more Valkyries that you get on the map, the more interesting it's going to be when it comes down to the rotations, how fast you actually rotate. There's a lot of layers to the meta right now, and it makes it really interesting. I think that we have a really exciting time for Apex. I'm really glad that Seer got nerfed because now I think there's a lot of different ways that you can go and play this in terms of you either are a Valkyrie team or you're basically running that classic like Octane, Gibraltar, Bloodhound type of scan team that's looking to, do a handful of things that you've been used to. But I think that Valkyrie and Caustic right now is extremely strong. I'm looking forward to seeing how these two teams do especially.
Yeah, it definitely feels much healthier in terms of compositions and meta. When we talk about the Seer nerfs, I mean, when he launched, essentially he was a 95% pick rate. Almost every team was running him. And you would just have overlapping Seer ultimates when it came to basically every portion of the game. But now with the nerfs, we're not seeing him as much. Maybe he's close to like a 10-15% pick rate. And he's not seeing as much success. So I'm liking what we're seeing so far. Like you said, we're having the Caustics coming out. Gibraltar seems to be the main staple. Teams can swap around between Wraith or the Octane or their team mobility. It's really fun to see what teams are starting to really hammer in when we're getting down to the wire. Another month to go before the Pro League starts. So this is some very important time, especially for our squads that are trying to limit test these kinds of compositions.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, when you watch the open day yesterday, if you guys were watching the open day, it ends up being, as we take a look at the cumulative leaderboard, the open day, there's certain teams that do really well, like Team Intel, and then there's teams that do really well, like Team Pringles, for example, or Team Splash will step it up. But it's because it's so disciplined today, and that's what makes it so fun, because any one of these teams could win the lobby. Yesterday, we had just a dominating day in terms of Team Intel's fashion, but they'd be happy to even win a game today. So that's what's so exciting about it, because any one of these teams can end up winning this. And really, it's up to them to kind of inch forward, because Cheez-It could catch up. They were doing well yesterday. Applejacks had their moment as well. Not far behind them is Rockstar. So there's potential there. And it's time to really step it up, because there's only a couple days left.
Yeah, you can tell the kind of drastic difference in terms of play style when it comes to the open nights and pro nights. For Team Intel, they generally average around 70 points when it comes to the open nights, but when it comes to these pro nights, 20 to 25 is typically what they're shooting for. We'll see, though, if their macro play from last night can carry over. But it is Splash Week, so we're going to really be keeping an eye on Nestle Splash right now. Currently 490 points. That's 32 points off from Team Pop-Tarts. They can easily close the gap tonight, but we know for a lot of our partnered squads that this is the night where the point total ends up kind of trailing a little bit. Around 20 points is what we're generally expecting for our partnered squads. So we'll see if they can turn things around, especially considering that the gap between them and Pop-Tarts is actually larger than the gap between them and Cheez-It, who is the 6th place team. So while we're keeping an eye on that 4th place position, so are Cheez-It. Cheez-It have basically kept a target on Splash's back. They're going to be keeping an eye out for them, looking to take them out, because they're another team that's standing in the way.
All you have to do is add the pressure on, and we've already seen Pop-Tarts just completely crumble under pressure at certain times when they've had advantages and chokes and teams just pushing them from the low ground, and there's losing these fights when they know that the team's coming. And these are teams that aren't even as good as them, that they're not even playing for as much. So that's why I know Pop-Tarts is a little shaky, because they would never lose that fight if that wasn't the case. So something's going on. I think they're feeling the pressure 1,000%. I hope that the pressure ends up making them better here instead of them collapsing, because they started to get the momentum in around like game 4, game 5. Z Davis was starting to thum around with the L-Star. He was looking really good. Lions portals were on point. So it's pretty exciting, but Team Cheez-It was looking really cool. We were watching Finicky in his webcam when we were watching his point of view as well, and he was just chilling. He didn't seem concerned at all. He winned. He didn't show any emotion, and you could see some of the L-Star clips here from Z Davis. He was just rolling around, popping off, and he did some really good stuff over at Geyser, and that kind of gave them confidence going forward, and they were able to start winning a lot more of these team fights, which they need to just not be nervous on the open day. You can watch teams like Intel run around and they're just taking these fights, but you have to have that confidence too. You can't be afraid to try to snowball on those open days, because those are where you can get a ton of points. Like you're saying, 70 points, that just blows my mind that Intel's able to average that much, and then they aren't even able to get half that during the pro day.
Yeah, but again, that is basically a testament to how much the competition changes, right? When we have 11 of the best teams, when it becomes so much more macro-oriented, where the edge fighting is more 50-50, where maybe you don't have the typical advantage you would have on the open night. You have to reconsider your game plan. but Pringles last night was doing an amazing job along with Intel and Cheez-It. They were in their top 4. Intel, of course, getting the triple digits, 104 points overall. They started after the first 2 games with the back-to-back wins. They had 50 points. And so it was basically just a matter of how much Team Intel would win by. But Cheez-It and Pringles did, of course, do an amazing job. And like we said, Cheez-It, they closed the gap on Nestle last night on Splash. And so with the 55-point night last night, they brought it in so much closer. So these remaining few weeks left in Series E Season 3, it's really going to come down to the wire. And so every single night is going to be important. Every single team fight win, every single match win is going to count towards making it through and securing a spot in Season 4 or having to fight in the relegations once again.
Got to point out that Skillcakes had like 2,500 damage that game with the triple take when that ended at Geyser. Verholst only had like 500 damage. So it's like, thank you, Skillcakes. Appreciate that one because that was a dominating game. Honestly, you don't really see triple take shots like that and that type of confidence very often. And he was just running through. And Caustic, you can feel really confident in these situations because if there's not many Caustics in the game, you're able to be so much stronger here. And that's why I really do think this composition's really good. And I'm really impressed with the way that everybody's really playing. Dupe has been playing really strong on Gibraltar. I gave all 3 of these guys the follow on Twitter last night. I hope they followed me back. I'm not sure if they did.
Yeah, no, they've been playing amazingly, especially individually for their roles, but overall as a team. I mean, they've got basically everything, the fundamentals down pat. It's been stellar to see them because we know that they can scrap early game, but last night they really did put on display when it came to just their overall macro play. We saw early rotations into God spots, being able to bully out positions, really play for the position and make sure that no one contests them, especially on that first ring that we saw when it went over to Overlook. That can be a hotly contested spot, playing on the yellow bins, but they had basically no contestation whatsoever. No team was able to even get near them. And they had the game-winning spot the entire time. So we'll see if they can do that here because we know that there are a number of other squads that will be running the Valkyrie that will have that same kind of rotation pressure. Like you mentioned, Albralele and Cloud9 is one of those squads that we're going to have to keep an eye on. Cloud9 have changed up their drop spot, but they still can play very heavily for that macro game. We'll see if they end up doing that and how that ultimately ends up affecting Intel throughout the night. But I do have word that we do have game number 1 getting set up. We are, of course, going to be on World's Edge. So let's head right into it. Game number 1 out of 6. Now, last week, we did see a lot of 50-50s. One of the things to consider was that we had a team like, well, Timmy Squad, Team Sheesh came in and was kind of a spoiler for Charlotte Phoenix.
Contesting everybody?
Will have, yeah, contesting everybody, basically, but mostly Charlotte Phoenix, I believe, down at launch site. This time around, though, Charlotte Phoenix will have the south side a little bit more free. And one other thing to note, we don't have G2 in the lobby. So the south side of the map is going to be a little bit more free for teams to roam around, maybe go for late rotates and not have to worry about taking a 50-50 against a squad like G2. But here's an early fight. CLG getting contested by Xset over here by Harvester, and Renegades also fighting. You have to imagine that one's by Tree.
It's rare to see Harvester contested at a 50-50. Harvester is one of those spots. If you take a look at what Rice Krispies is doing, looks like they're going to be going down. Possibly pulling it off? No, it looks like Renegades has this one. That was nicely done by Renegades. So, I mean, Harvester is really surprising to me that is getting contested, though. And I think Tree is somewhere that you can definitely contest. But now we have 2 teams that, what are they going to do next game? No one really knows. Are they going to continue this 50-50? I don't know. There has to be somewhere open on the map like you were talking about. Did anyone consider going over Thermal Station if G2 really isn't in this one? Who went there? I'd rather contest somewhere like Thermal or somewhere with a lot more space than going on over towards Tree or Harvester because there's just really not that much loot over there even if you win. I would say like Lava Fisher or somewhere like that would be more convenient as the finish goes through onto CLG. Xset's going to win. And yeah, that's 2 squads already down pretty quickly.
Now, for our pro teams here, I think these matches are just much more important in being able to establish your position.
G2 is here.
When it comes to the Pro League. Oh, G2 is here. Okay. For some reason, I thought I didn't see them on our list, but they are here. So that is going to be important. If that 50-50 continues to take place for Renegades, they have to worry about quite possibly Designful coming in to try and get a little bit cheeky and actually getting involved in third-partying early on to steal away some kills. But right now they are playing a little bit closer to the vest. They're playing it tight. They've got double white armors on Designful and Gentrifying, unfortunately. But maybe they'll be able to pick up more. It is Thermal Station. There's plenty more to loot. There's another minute and 22 seconds before G2 typically move out of Thermal Station anyhow. If we can take an opportunity to take a look at the map once again, because I wasn't actually looking for the scan. I would love to see that.
It was more on the northeast. It was more on the northeast side, actually. And going back to what G2 has right now, I like watching what kind of weapons that they're all kind of carrying as we take a look at the zone. Everyone's just flying in right now. You can see, I believe that's TSM already inside there. You can see Pop-Tarts sitting in the back, C9 sitting all the way in that north-hand side. Knights are moving in, Xset's coming through, Applejacks is flying in as well. TSM looks like they're going to try to hold on the bridge here, and we'll see what they're going to be able to do. I mean, I haven't really seen how TSM plays these type of situations because they're switching up their meta, right? They like to go into the edge of the zone and take fights. They like to go into the middle. I feel like last week they were trying to go in between and they weren't going middle circle immediately. So they changed it up this week, and I'm curious to see exactly where they hold because I always like to see how aggressive Hal plays his positions.
They also have a fill-in for today, as Aprizi is going to be filling in for reps here. They do have one squad spotted out to their south right now, controlling the bridges for the time being. And so it's just about bowling for position, keeping teams away, and making sure that this high ground isn't too hotly contested. Hal's going to try and find an off angle here, and does look like he spots them out. The G7 scout shots not quite connecting for him, but there we go. Almost getting the crack, and do they get the knock? Can they get aggressive off of this is the surprising thing. Hal should have the jump pad up very shortly here, but fortunately they're not going to be able to punish anything. Here comes an air burst. Nade narrowly missing on that Bloodhound, but it does seem like TSM, they do have eyes on this and want to try and continue to get aggressive.
Surprised nobody else has any nades. They're not trying to focus that. Prize is already locking that down, but looks like Snipetown doesn't have any grenades, or they just want to leave that guy for now. He's in a pretty bad position, but when you look at Hal's loot, they definitely prioritized based on this zone specifically that they wanted to get into a certain position. And, you know, Scout Havoc isn't something that he would typically grab, but they're so fast at getting out of the spot and they already have good enough armor that they're more than happy to take this one. Knights, they're locking down the sniper tower up top here. Interesting position. Looks like they got someone pinned on the platform as well. And that team may have to filter down low into the tunnel if they really get pushed from another team too. So it's going to be interesting. Let's pull up the map again and see exactly where all the teams are too, and who's rotating and who's potentially going to be fighting on the edge of the circle. Because right now everyone's really slowed it down. There's no fights happening probably for the next 1 or 2 zones.
Yeah, most of the kills, of course, happened at the beginning there on the 50-50s, and it was Cheez-It that's actually getting contested or actually shot at by TSM. Currently, Applejacks making their rotation in as well for now, and they're looking pretty in terms of their armor situation. They got the big boys in tow. They have a gold and a purple armor for themselves, but as you can see, still there are teams hovering around on the edges. G2 are making their typical late rotate out right now. They might run into resistance over by Harvester, and for G2, that's actually a good call for them. They can take that fight, but they do have to worry about Team Razor still playing on Landslide, can move in at any point for this. Cloud9, though, dropping over here by Climatizer will have this for free, and they're just going to slow play this for now. Their armors look great. They've got the purples along with the blue for Zach Mazer, but they should be able to work that up, no problem whatsoever. But they've got a full team ahead of them. You can see Zach Mazer on that Wraith is trying to get something going here, as Naughty has the off angle set up on the left-hand side, keeping an eye on that door for the time being. But if Zach can get a nade in there, get some major damage off, they will full send it.
I am shocked Naughty is not on Gibraltar and Albril is not on Valkyrie. I mean, that's super surprising. There's no way that is the strongest composition that they could bust out with their skill set, in my opinion. But hey, that's their team. I'm sure they decided it, and Albril is insane. Naughty's insane. I'm sure they can play whatever legend they want. But there's a great crack from Zach Mazer. He's going to get super aggressive on this one. All 3 players are stuck inside, and that's the beauty of Wraith. That's why I love Wraith instead of Octane sometimes, because of the fact that you do just get a chance to go right back, and you don't have to worry about full sending. We saw some full sends yesterday that went absolutely horribly. Great angle from Zach right there. Unfortunately, grenade doesn't connect. A lot of caustic gas is going to push them back, and they realize they can't push this anymore. Third parties potentially coming through.
But that's still huge for Cloud9 because they can try to reapproach this, right? The defensive bombardment going down, a lot of the caustic barrels being used. And so the very conservative Wraith portal will allow them to get right back into position. You can see they're slowly starving out this composition. Big connect with that Arc Star on the 72 on that purple armor. They're almost out of barrels as well, stuck in the corner. But right now, Cloud9, they're just going to go ahead and call it there. The Wraith portal's about to disappear, so they're not going to overstep their bounds. They're just going to back away, understanding that more than likely you have teams like TSM in the area, and that's a team that can quickly recognize what's going on in the fight, where it's taking place, and come in for the third party. So Cloud9 playing this one extremely cautiously and very smart.
I'm pretty sure it's 30% is when the Wraith portal disappears. So like when they went and used all those resources there, they were only at 11 or 12% on that portal. So like you said, plenty of time to go in there, approach the situation, make them use their defensive bombardment. And Naughty is able to kind of wiggle his way out too. All three players on this team have basically that get out of jail free card that we always talk about. So still a very, very strong composition, even though they're not running caustic. So I like that idea. Is Designful's taking a lot of damage. They're going to retreat back on inside the tunnel and figure out how they're going to get right back over towards the zone. Still plenty of time. I mean, there was only 3 teams playing over towards the edge. We saw Razor and Renegades there, I believe. So it has to be one of those teams. And if there is still 3 teams, I guarantee there is one waiting in the wings of third party still.
And Renegades have a actually quite decent track record up against G2. And if there's anyone that's kind of like the kryptonite to G2, it's oftentimes, surprisingly enough, Renegades. Because of where they rotate from the map, they run into each other quite frequently. And more often than not, Renegades will get the better of G2. So G2 have to be careful when they approach this fight, being able to recognize that it is going to be Renegades in how they approach these fights. But for now, it's G2. They like to play the edge. They like to slow play a lot of this, get some additional loot for themselves. I mean, again, they come out of Thermal Station with so much loot that they're comfortable fighting, and they want to continue to just try and bank on getting much more nades, utility out, because when it comes to team fighting, they're all about control. They do a great job of setting up crossfires, really utilizing nades to flush squads out, and that's where they really do end up shining. Right now, though, we're on board with TSM, still controlling the epicenter side here, not too far off from Climatizer. Remember, Cheez-It were playing just to their south off that respawn beacon, but it does seem like TSM were able to at least bully them out of that spot. But another squad was able to sneak into that cart. TSM just waiting for the cooldowns to come back up, and they might make an approach onto that squad. We'll find out. This team does play a little bit differently, not having reps there as your typical anchor, but you know, Preezy should be able to pick up the slack in that regard.
May not seem like it, but they're actually running out of ammo. So you got to keep an eye on that. That's why they're not really running around firing that many shots, because if they don't take an engagement and they're not able to reloot, they're not going to be able to survive into the end game when the actual fights do take place. So they're in a little bit of a predicament. They do see that scan right there. That's pretty big. And Hell's understanding the situation. If they can get some sort of advantage, if they can take a fight, get some quick loot, throw a bubble down, they still have all their utility. They haven't taken anything in quite some time. So hopefully something kind of cracks open for them. It's pretty congested over in this area, and we do only have a couple of teams playing the edge. Pop-Tart's finally getting into an engagement here after locking inside of this house with the Gibraltar for quite some time. It looks like that portal was going to be a kidnap, and I'd highly doubt you'd push a caustic right after that. So Pop-Tart's doing a good job locking things down temporarily until Moni goes through. Moni with the choke. Okay, he's back.
Oh, that was so scary. You can see he hasn't been able to heal up quite yet, but does get that bat off. Yeah, accidentally just backed away into this, as we'll find out exactly which squad this is. It can be Cloud9 looking to try and make the push on in. It's going to be Cloud9 going in, getting the 2 knocks, and there's just one remaining. Clean team fight for them. They ultimately will be able to starve out this squad. You can see that this started about 2 minutes ago. They were starting to, you know, really bleed out the Pop-Tart squad, and ultimately found the entrance in and were able to pick them apart. So great patience coming out from Cloud9. That's going to give them the +3, along with the additional loot that they needed, for the simple fact that they didn't have to rotate far. And so this is going to be a huge come up for them.
That's huge. I'm surprised that no one third-partied that. Like you said, they were there for quite some time. That fight lasted what seemed like forever. And it's unfortunate because I feel like once Mooney went through that portal, maybe one extra barrel could have saved the day right there. You're not really sure, but once Lion goes down there and once you turn your back towards your opponent like that and you're trying to run without your bubble, Cloud9's just too good. They're going to laser you. We saw yesterday people turning their back towards teams like Team Razor and just getting one clipped immediately. That's exactly what happens in these close range and sometimes medium range, far range battles too. These players are so disciplined in the way that they shoot, and Cloud9's one of the best skirmishing teams that we have there, and it's unfortunate for Pop-Tarts to get pushed as a caustic team inside their building when they're scrapping for points to hold on to regulation.
Another extremely fun team fighting squad to keep an eye on is going to be Team Liquid here. They've got Flanker this time on the Fuse. Fun is the one that's going to be swapping on over to that Gibraltar as Nocturnal because they're not running the double big boys. He's going to be on the Octane for them, so that's going to give them some additional movement with that jump pad. They've got the gatekeeping position. You were talking about how there wouldn't be too much action just because in the first few rings, a lot of these buildings over at Fragment were in. But now, with the ring pulling away, continuing to go up towards Epicenter and Climatizer, a lot of these squads are going to be evicted, and Liquid are going to be looking to try and gatekeep all of them, get some great KP here in the early game. But for now, the teams are doing a good job maneuvering around them, but they have to come up with a plan. They cannot continue to get gate-kept here, especially with G2 roaming through Fragment right now as well. It's about to be a bloodbath in Fragment.
It's awesome to see how G2 has been playing the edge, and it's kind of just a masterclass on how to go and do this one. They moved, they got contested, they dipped out, and now they're playing the edge when all these teams are fighting, and they have no idea that they've been creeping behind them. It's like, where's G2 been? Well, we've been through this a million times because we land on the edge of the map, and we just get all the best loot that we want and make our way through, and you guys forget about us. And then we start exploding when, you know, the time comes, when all the team fighting happens. They have all the loot that they need, right? When you looked at, like, for example, TSM, yeah, they're in a great spot. They're in a great position, but Scout Havoc doesn't really seem like Hal's favorite combination, right? So I really feel like G2 is going to try to creep up in here and get ready for these, you know, other teams that have no idea where they're coming from.
Yeah, G2 just spotted a defensive bombardment being used up top, and I believe one of the Liquid members left a jump pad there. So Designful's going to have an additional jump pad to utilize off of as Liquid are trying to fight off this squad right now, backing way into the position that offers them some cover, but it's this squad on the other side that might actually just get pinched by G2. G2 are definitely just biding their time as you have the push out, the bubble right on top of it. It's Renegades trading as they get the one knock. Flanker taking one down with him, and G2 should be coming in for the third party very shortly here, but it's going to be Renegades taking out Team Liquid. G2, they're instantly here. They're going to get 2 free kills off of that, and now Renegades are down to just 1 member as G2. What a perfect timing push coming out from them.
It's simple. Play the edge of the zone right there. You know, don't take a fight when a team's gatekeeping you. They got distracted by you. They forgot about you. You came around, played the edge, slow side of circle, came around with the bounce pad. It doesn't really get any easier than that. We'll see how much work they have to do to get into the next zone now. And what the rest of these teams do is now Cloud9 eating some gas over here. It looks like they were able to take out Team Intel. Now TSM comes through with the third party. There's the Havoc coming through. There's the Scout. Guarantee that he's going to switch that out here very soon for maybe his patented R301 or R9 if he can find it. There it is. Still with the Havoc in the back pocket, though. That's a controller combo there. So that's something I'd see Snipe down carry.
Yeah, this is basically what we were expecting for TSM to come in. It was just a matter of time for them to come in for that third party up against Cloud9. Cheese it up in a fight right now up against Applejacks. Golden's already gone down, but now here comes a third party up from behind them as well. Saucer actually stealing one of those kills away before he goes down. So Cheese it, though, end up winning out the fight here on the south side. They've got 30 seconds before the zone starts closing in as G2 get involved in another one as well. Right on top of this squad, Designful's done a lot of work. He needs Gentrifying and Resulta to show up, though, and here they come as that squad tries to go for that full reset. There's Caustic Gas on the low ground, though, making this fight a little bit more difficult. Bubble out by Resulta, keeping him alive for now, as Gentrifying will retake the height for him, but all 3 members are on the ground, and there they go. They will be able to get the cleanup, but another third party coming in, but Gentrifying is doing so much work. The PK is enough to take out Gibby, left in the 1v1, hits for the 102. He just needs one more pump in, pulls out the R301 instead, fighting around the bubble, dropped down to about 90 HP. The Caustic Gas still being a nuisance to him, but he will survive. G2 stay alive
what a monster.
for now. But they need to get moving. The zone will start closing in on them. And now Team Pringles pushing TSM. Snipe down and Breezy are down. And it's all left to Imperial Hell, who will ultimately fall. Team Pringles with a successful third party. They have one more member to get rid of. And there it is. Team Razor falling. Top 5 squads remaining here as round 4 finishes closing.
Remember when we didn't have any fights for the first 2 rings, then all of a sudden everybody died? It wasn't that long ago, guys. I'm sure you can remember. So that was a ridiculous amount of fighting right there. Now 5 squads, like you said, going into round number 5. We know that G2 is alive and well. We know that they have tons of ammo. XSET's alive. You can see Scissors, Fury, and Phony down there as well. Finicky and Team Cheez-It still alive. So it's going to be interesting to see how all these teams kind of pan out. Gentrifying is getting everybody healed up on the edge of the zone right now, and nobody's looking at them.
XSET versus Era, though, as they have traded. Kenny and Klein still up. Big connects out there. The melee is just not enough to finish him off. And now he's going to try and back away. The third party showing up from Pringles here, who are looking to pick up more kills. They do have to be careful. They're stuck here on the low just in case. You can see Cheez-It are keeping an eye on this fight for now. And Team Pringles, they're biding their time through this defensive bombardment as well. Now they will push up. XSET have not been able to go for a full reset quite yet as they are getting pushed. There comes the thirst out from Pringles. The armor swap was there for the Gibraltar. How much longer can he survive for in this 1v3? Bowser will fall. The gold bag res coming in for Team Pringles, and no punishment out from our other squads currently, as it looks like a lot of them are just damaged. You can see 4 squads left, 9 players remaining as G2, they're out. They do not have Designful. It's just Resulta here securing the thirst at least onto Finicky, but Mollis will be able to finish him off. Now Cheez-It are down to a duo, so it's going to be a 3v2v1 in this final, and it should be Team Pringles as the only healthy squad.
And Team Pringles has the spot. They have the entirety of the map. They're owning so much real estate. Winning that fight was huge, and they don't have a respawn now to go to on the other side, unfortunately, for G2. So, excuse me, for Cheez-It. So really nice job coming through and picking up the kills that they needed to. This is the points that we're talking about that you need to scrape up on these pro days if you want to contest with Pop-Tarts. Ooh, nice spray from Phony. Pringles looking so strong in their team skirmishing so far. Defensive bombardment in hand too. That's going to cut off Mollis over towards the side. Mollis now just is dipping out of there, and then they have the last player down low. So easy cleanup, easy clap for Team Pringles, and very nice execution down towards the bottom as that reset's coming through. I mean, there's no way he gets this, Jamerson, let's be honest.
Wait, Clayton actually hit the reset. Maybe they actually let him get it to get the additional kill point, but they're not going to risk it at all whatsoever. Pringles will take the win, but importantly, Cheez-It ended up in 3rd place with a good amount of kills as well. And remember, that was the squad that was bringing up the rear to Nestle Splash, who are just off the bubble themselves. So these are 3 important squads that we need to keep an eye on. And that was a great game number 1. So let's go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 2 right after this.
Hey guys, I'm just Gibby, and whether it's in game
the fight going down over to the side, the Eva A from just Gibby.
or out of game, I hit all my shots. If you guys are ever looking for the latest gear or drinks, head over to walmart.com/esports arena. I play Apex Legends for Team Splash, and this is Splash Week.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Get the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance, I was so born for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
Welcome back, everybody. Game one all set there, and Team Pringles grabbing a big win as the partnered squads get a strong start to Pro Night here during Splash Week. We also see Team Cheese getting into that top three, so that's some good points for them. Let's check out our first player of the game here for the night. That promises to be a very long and very fun show here. 4 kills and an assist gets Phony the player of the game honors and eclipsing that 1,500 damage mark as Pringles starting off strong. They had a solid night last night, though. It's hard to say just how good they are when they, finish in the top 4, but they first place doubled up on their points, right? Intel was so incredible last night, but Pringles did what they've done for now over a season and a half. They consistently put points on the board night after night after night, and they start up tonight with a win. So that's huge for Pringles as, again, we talked about it at the top of the show. They're trying to close that gap with Team Intel, and with how strong they played last night, that gap only grew larger. So it's important for Pringles to get as many points as they can as soon as possible to make sure that they aren't going into the last week of the season with a big margin to deal with. So big performance there for Pringles. We'll see if they can keep it rolling when we go into game number 2. Do want to let you know, if you watched the show last night, I mentioned it, we're doing a big giveaway this week. We got an awesome Splash prize pack, which does include a wireless speaker and a portable battery pack that you can actually see on the table here in the studio with me. So if you want to win that prize pack that also includes a brand new Razer keyboard, use ! giveaway in Twitch chat right now. That'll give you all the information that you need. So make sure to get in on that giveaway. I'll remind you guys one more time later on tonight. We're going to go to a quick break right now, though. When we come back, we'll check out the state of our Mobile One leaderboard, our first Mobile One high performance moment of the night, and get ready for game number 2.
Hey, what's up? I'm Mamba, and I hit my shots.
Throwing them in, they should be able to get the knock very shortly here. Smileless Mamba using the passive from that.
It's like I hit my water bottle flips. All right, this is how I do it. Oh! All right, that's the one. That's the one. That's gotta be the one. You guys ever thirsty? Want to try a new drink? I recommend Splash. It's a really good drink. Just head over to walmart.com/esportsarena. I play Apex for Team Splash, and you're watching Splash Week.
Refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top flavored Splash.
It's fruit freshin'.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E here for Splash Week. It was a great start to Pro Night for our partnered squads, with Team Pringles taking first and Cheez taking third. But the kill points will be the differentiating factor here. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see where everyone stands. Currently, Team Pringles do find themselves in first place, and Cheez will be tied for second place with Exit there, 15 points overall. This is a very close lobby, as you can see. All the way down to fourth place. They're only separated by 6 points. G2 Esports find themselves in fourth currently with 13 points.
You don't really see a lobby this kind of thinned out like this. So it's really nice to see. And I think that Cheez-It's going to be stoked about the little steps that they're taking. They just got to keep compounding it and, doing well, because you can see Pop-Tarts sitting at 0 right now in 16th. So that's the team that they're trying to catch up to. Splash with only 3 points. So like I said, game by game, just keep piling those games up as we take a look at our Mobile One high performance moment from the previous game, and had to be at the end of the game because they were just stewing. Oh no, it's going to be G2 with the shots designed full. I was wondering, Jamerson, I'm sure you two were too. It's like, you've been through this before, maybe not in, a pro lobby like this, but in your games, you're like, all right, where's the help? All right, there's the help. Woo, and they're flying in.
Yeah, and this was just team after team as well, coming for G2. So this was very confusing, and this is why the Valkyrie can be so much of a threat when it comes to these team fights. You never really know where she redeploys to, and that's why you saw Gentrifying checking the heights, but at that point that separated G2, but it's Gentrifying left in a 1v2, and he is one of the highest clutching players, basically, when it comes to the pro nights and when it comes to competitive play. So often he's able to win these out. It came a little bit closer than I imagine he was expecting, but ultimately got the help there, got the reload, and he just never was able to, I believe, get Designful back into this because of the zone closing in.
And that's why the PK still is extremely underrated, because of the fact that if you're able to play like that and you're used to using the PK, you're able to just strafe and shoot and pump. You saw that pump for 102. You could clutch it out in instances that you never would really, expect. And I feel like the Mastiff for me just shoots pellets and paintballs because of the fact that the PK for me, it's just the sound. It's that clunk when you pull it back, and I always thought it was one of the best guns. I love Wingman PK combo, R301 combo, R9 combo like that, and Gentrifying plays that extremely well. The use of the bubble, the use of the knockdown shield, everything that you want to do to clutch something out right there, that's exactly what he did, and it was really fun to watch. Honestly, that had to be one of the best individual parts of that game by far. So I'm glad it made it onto the mobile high performance moment, because that was definitely that mobile one. I was sitting back like this. I was like, is he going to do it? Is he going to do it?
And he did. And he clutched up, and those were important points for G2 to keep them in the running right now. I believe we said they were in 4th place overall with 13 points. And so they absolutely fragged out there. Didn't get the highest of finishes that they really wanted to, but still a good start to the day as we head into the second game of the evening on the board with Team Pringles. Now, Team Pringles generally on our open nights will be dropping over at Climatizer, but because of Cloud9 basically bullying them out of that spot, they have relegated themselves over here to Survey Camp. It looks like Ping's going down over to Epicenter as well, so that might be the spread. Maybe Scissors trying to pick up a beacon over there for his squad.
Survey's not that bad. It's bad. It's not the best POI, but there's some positives about it, right? I mean, you can loot it really fast and get out of there. I'd say that's probably the only positive that you're going to get. You're not going to leave with very good armor, et cetera, but such a small POI, you can at least get out of there quickly, and they got to take advantage of that. Clane taking a lot of damage over here. Pretty sure this is still CLG. Nice job by Clarify, but you can see the push comes in from Vatra with the Eve 8 already. Clane trying to find an easy armor swap, not able to, and also trying to get that weapon in his hands, and now it's up to Kenny. Kenny may want to consider just dipping out here.
Yeah, Vatro still has a barrel to play off of, as well as he hits that full back, and so he's going to have that HP advantage, tosses that one down.
Oh, it's
and
time.
It gets instantly cleared, so Kenny, he really does want to just take this last 1v1, but he gets slapped down by that Eva. Vatro should be hitting the res. There we go.
Moment? Xbox, record that. Like, what is he doing? Like, hello? Bird and Nano are freaking out right now, and now they get the res coming through. But you're playing Crypto. You don't have any heals. You're going up against Caustic. I know you want to have the confidence to go and take that, and you don't really know what his heal situation is. So it's tough, but one of those super positive things is maybe you could do something off that Crypto in that type of instance. But either way, great win right there coming through from Era, and they had to get that one. They lost the previous one, so you don't want to end up just continuing to snowball and losing your POI. Now you get to go again and fight for the 3rd time going into game 3, but all 3 kills going on over to Vatro. I feel like Harvester is one of those great spots for Caustic to go, and I feel like if you're going to run this composition, this is a great spot to go over towards Harvester. There's no scans in Harvester, so running a Recon Legend doesn't really make sense. It doesn't really serve you, and if it does pull over towards Harvester randomly, if there is some sort of chance out of all of the games, Caustic really thrives in this area.
Yeah, they're going to be able to loot up quickly here as well. They finished off that fight just in time. It was around 1 minute 30. As you can see, teams are starting to rotate in now around the area. So if it had taken maybe 10, 15 seconds longer, they could have been privy to a few third parties, but they do recover here and finish off that fight just in time. But the squad, I have to imagine maybe that's Renegades or the squad that was over by staging, just rotating through as the ring is going to go ahead and start pulling away towards the eastern side right now. We haven't been able to take a look at it quite yet. Here's Team Razor making their rotation now into the Harvester area as well. I've got to be careful. They do have at least Iron Man Simp.
Iron Man Simp. They do have at least Iron Man Simp on their team.
Yeah, they've got the crypto. So if they're going to be moving through a Harvester, they'll have the drone to scout through. It does look like another team rotated through here, taking the early bins as well. So they're not picking up additional loot throughout all of this. But for now, they just have to be cautious about CLG that are still in the area, that are still crafting, I believe. Here's Pittsburgh Knights, though, set up in Lava Siphon. We have a good idea of where this ring is going now. North side Lava Siphon is going to be the huge pileup. Don't know how much of the houses on the northern side are still in. As we get a better look at it, 303 are trying to hold down a position here inside Geyser. They have a team moving through the vault tunnel right now.
Yeah, and the Horizon coming through as well. I really think that they're going to continue to gatekeep over towards Harvester, by the way. We see Intel taking a fight. Looks like Dupe takes tons of damage in the Seer scans, I believe that is coming through, as well as Kodagami coming through with the knock. This is going to be the Charlotte Phoenix. And now Verhol's going to have to clutch it with Skittle Cakes as well, tossing out barrel after barrel. Look at those barrel placements. Immediately, both players are going to shoot the barrel to cut off the line of sight from the other team over towards the east. Very nicely executed to get Dupe back into this one, but Stunny is there with the flank all the way from the opposite tunnel. Is that where that came from? That is super unlucky. They're now trapped in between 4 or 5 teams.
Yeah, you have Charlotte Phoenix just inside that building. They do get the res, and there is the bubble for the reset at the very least. But they don't have that Valkyrie ultimate to get out of here. They used it to get in here. Now they have to try and find a spot to play off of. They might actually drop down to the low if this bridge is not taken. And it does seem like the bridge is going to be available for them. So great recovery coming out from Team Intel. They still need to try and get Dupe and Skittle Cakes over there for now, but it's all about scrambling to just recover here. They're still in the sights of so many squads, but they're alive, but for how much longer?
I mean, hopefully until their Valkyrie ult comes up or something like that. I don't know. I mean, this is a spot that used to be viable towards the end of games, but holding this spot now, I don't think I've really seen a team just sit here and lock this down like this and just kind of set up an ambush. So we'll see what the plan is. And if they're stuck, they may, like you said, have to drop over towards that low ground. There could be a team eventually down there. They're not really sure. We're fortunate enough to have all these player outlines as the Seer scan comes through. They're not. So they're going to have to deal with what they have. And Verholst wants to go and try to shoot this thing, but he also doesn't want to give up their position along at the same time.
Thermite right on top of them as well, and a defensive bombardment has been used. Surprising, as we didn't see any kind of damage being traded, so don't know why that defensive bombardment came down on top of them. Maybe it's just to bully them. I don't know. Intel's like, why the hell are you defensive bombarding us?
There's a team
right
here,
now?
everybody. There's a team here. Everybody focus these guys. It's like, what the heck was that? You saw Verholst just like kind of look at him. I was like, was that you guys? And then he starts shooting them. Like, it's completely unnecessary.
Yeah, they are keeping an eye on their north right now. It looks like they have reestablished with the barrels at the very least. So they found a moment of reprieve, and being right here in the center actually can work out for them at the very least, because you have to imagine there's going to be a big dog pile on the buildings to their north across the crevice. But they're currently just being griefed by the squads that are inside Lava Siphon proper. Remember, Charlotte Phoenix are here. Era are playing by the tunnel, the connector area. There's another squad that has shown up. There's a lot of buildings in play currently. In game number 1, we had a lot of teams surviving into zone number 3 or so, and we should expect the same here, as we have a lot of buildings in play. It's G2, and have actually moved their way into this choke point just north of Harvester right now, and they have a squad on the ropes currently. It's still round number 2 with plenty of time to go, so they don't need to full commit onto G2. But you can see why teams want to play for this. You can get a lot of kill points off of this position. And I want to see G2 start to work their magic here.
Let's go this way.
And they're confident that no team's really coming behind them for the most part. Someone is going to continue to check their back, but they're a team that hard rotates on the edge. We just saw that in game number 1. So they're not really expecting anyone to be back there. They're trying to keep all this action in front of them, keep the zone towards their back. At the same time, if someone does come behind them, it's more of a worry about a third party than anything. And if it is just a straight up fight, they have the better angle from this choke no matter what, anywhere they get pushed. So that's why something like this is really useful. They can get a lot of different lines of sight as well. Another fight taken over towards Geyser. Pretty uncommon place to fight, actually. So curious what's going on over here.
Yeah, they're slowly creeping up, and I believe 303 actually drop here at Geyser, so they haven't moved too very far. It's Team Pop-Tarts that are on the other side of this one. And I think Pop-Tarts take overlook when it comes to the Pro Knights, and so they didn't have to rotate far to get here, and they have made their way out of that vault tunnel to get in right now. They've got the Colossi barrel set up, but now their doors are being grieved, so you don't get as much value off of these barrels as they can easily be cleared, but they forced out. It looks like a lot of utility now will just go ahead and avoid a lot of this fighting. It'll be important to note to see if Mooney was picking up barrels along the way. He's stuck outside right now, should be able to just make it to the backside of this building and safely get back to his squad. Z Davis is the only one that's kind of in danger right now, but he does back away as 303 are continuing to look to try and apply pressure. And now with the squad playing that north side choke, this might actually alleviate a lot of the pressure on Pop-Tarts because 303 are not going to want to take a fight where they can immediately get third party.
Pop-Tarts is stuck right now. There was another team over towards the side. So they're going to have to re-heal, and the only way out of this, in my opinion, has to be a Valkyrie ult. I mean, once you get to this part of Geyser, that's why I'm so surprised to see teams just congested over here because this place is not good. I mean, they have to eventually make their way out of here. But it's weird to see so many teams rotating through Geyser. I mean, it's typically a fast rotate, and it has to be, like you said, because 303 decided that they really wanted to stay there. But why weren't they moving forward on the map and holding spots that were priority inside the zone? It's weird that they would try to gatekeep.
Yeah, with this poll, you can see that we're going to have a very similar circle to what we saw last night, where it ends up pulling basically towards that respawn building just to the northwest of them, if anything at all. G2 are in a priority spot to just gatekeep and poke and get some free kills, playing off that north choke as well. The Pop-Tarts have to deal with about 2, maybe 3 squads behind them currently. So this is going to be very tricky for them, especially considering they're still sitting on the blues. Z Davis is so close. Having that purple, just 2 damage off, but they've expended a lot of heals here, and so I think they're just going to try and play this one conservatively. You saw he had to heal up with the slow heals. Bats were being handed out as well, so they probably didn't have as many opportunities to try and hit the replicators. Here's Liquid, though, on the slow rotate out from the Skyhook side. G2 are one of the squads that were looking to gatekeep them now, maybe closing the distance onto them. Yeah, Nocturnal picking up the Watson here. Fun is on the Rampart. Yeah, that's gonna change.
Kind of Watson doesn't put fences down, Nocturnal. Jeez, embarrassing, man. Where's the fences?
It needs to set up right now. Cloud9 are trying to apply some pressure onto them. This is a very tricky fight. G2, you can see Designful and Resulta are keeping an eye on it this entire time as well. Oh, Designful's moving up for the third party. He smells it. He knows that a big fight's about to break out here, and he wants to steal all of these kills.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Nocturnal is so close to having his generator up too, which is going to allow them, if they wanted to, get all those fences to stand back and camp it out. Designful's going to push through. It's a little bit heated over there, and they're worried about not getting him back on over towards that choke too. So I like this play. You want to make sure that you're not getting collapsed on, and that's what G2's done really, really well. Before, their problem was that they would snowball these games and have really, really huge games. Because they fight so much and take so many fights, they were liable to get third-partied. And now they've pulled that back a little bit and are a lot smarter about the approach, which is also kind of in line with their current meta that they're running with their legends, right? We know that we see the portal plays coming out from the wraiths like gentrifying. Designful's able to rotate in with that bounce pad as well. And wow, that is a lot of scout damage.
Yeah, Cloud9 have Team Liquid on the ropes here. I believe there's just one player remaining unless some reses came through. Designful and G2 are just not going to have the opportunity for the third party. Liquid actually finishing off Zach Mazer, so some reses did come through. Fun Needs to hit that med kit though, and Flanker is surviving barely in that corner. Here comes the rest of Cloud9 to try and get some vengeance as Flanker is just setting up the barrels, making sure that Nocturnal can go for that full heal. He's got the gold armor. Naughty. Things have turned around, but here comes G2 for the third party as they're looking to finish them off. Now, do they realize that Team Liquid are up as a full 3 though? They're not running the Bloodhound. They don't have that information. Designful pushes into that bubble now, and they'll be able to finish off Cloud9 as Fun gets finished off as well. So it's going to be G2 looking to choke out the rest of Team Liquid.
That barrel ended up not going away after he shot it. That was interesting. I thought that shot looked good, to be honest with you, but now they have to wait for that gas to go away before they end up pushing into this one. Gentrify may want to consider hitting a syringe before they go into, just because it is a caustic team and that will continue to tick away. But this is just going to be a hard gatekeep here, Jamerson. You can see this is round number 3. They have to keep them inside, and what better way to keep inside by them to watch their exits? You don't want them to exit this building, weasel out, take some unorthodox angles, and catch you off guard. So if you just set up an ambush outside the building, you could take them down, and then you could start to push forward. But if they would have just waited a couple more seconds, I felt like that would have worked out a little bit more. They're worried about getting gate kept. They're going to go all the way and take the high ground angles with the rocks now and play the peak game. So we'll see what happens. This is going to be a very interesting fight. Obviously, G2 has the huge advantage in this one.
Yeah, he's got the jump pad. He already set one up earlier as well. So they've got their outs, but it's all about just waiting for Team Liquid to push up as well. They've got, of course, the man advantage. It's going to be a 3v2 for G2. They've got them on the run as well, on the tracks. Almost cracking that gold armor. Designful now will reposition with the help of Gentrifying, just keeping that team at bay. Oh, Flanker. He tried, but it's 3 members of G2 just keeping a tight eye along the edge here. We'll be able to finish them off very shortly here, and surprisingly enough, there's no pressure coming from that choke just to their south right now, so G2 are just getting this absolutely for free.
Everyone is AFK right now, apparently. This is just free stuff for G2. They could even go and loot that box if you wanted to, but controller problems, it's going to take away a little bit more of your health than you would like. They're looking for this last player. I'm pretty sure someone weaseled away throughout all of this as Pop Darts continue to lock things down over towards this Geyser side. Nice shots there for Mooney. Massive in hand, but doesn't have a bolt for that one. Nox gas grenade is there too, but the bubble is blocking the shot, so he's gonna have to just relocate and possibly heal up with his last 2 cells. That's a feels bad, man.
You can see the hard pull away from Geyser. The teams that set up over by the cliff side are extremely happy here, but Pop-Tarts, they've been trying to make things work here, but it's just been a war of attrition between all the teams that have been involved inside this Geyser fight. 303 still involved in this now. But now Z Davis wants to go ahead and push forward. They should have the Nox gas grenade as well. So Mooney needs to be able to get it down. It's going to be the bubble forward as they try and force them in. And there it is. The Nox gas grenade comes in, get the full connect. They should be able to get the Nox, but no, it's going to be Styx that takes out Mooney first. So now it's a 3v2 for Pop-Tart. 303 just wiped them out. What happened to them?
They lost the fight. I don't know. There's no way that they should have lost that after that Nox gas grenade went. But one thing's for sure, whoever was on that Wraith really clutched that one and threw the off angle. And also, you're not expecting that Horizon to be there throughout all of that. So a portal to get them out of the line of sight, and now a Q forward, actually, because they know that they're getting flanked from behind. So Gentrifying just trying to live as long as possible. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Nice spray temporarily, going for the heal, but without that Q, gold helmet looks nice. I don't know what he's going to be able to do here. I mean, if he just had a couple more seconds, he'd be okay, but that's all she wrote. Cheez-It going to take that one.
Yeah, Cheez-It coming in with that flank over by that no-name side. They were one of the teams, I believe, holding the Geyser choke on the northern edge, and so he ultimately came in, cleaned up G2. Now we're down to the final 9 squads. Team Intel have not moved whatsoever off these fences, and now the tables have turned. They're the squad looking to gatekeep team. I believe it's the Charlotte Phoenix. No, it's Era on the other side of this one. Dupe has fallen. Verholst is going to desperately try and hit this back, but he will go down. Stunny picking that one up, and Bowser looking to clean things off. Now here comes the Pittsburgh Knights with the third party. The armor swaps should be there for them, but they got the knock onto Bowser. Bubble a little bit early on. It's just they do not want to give up the high ground for the time being. Era will get finished off on the low ground. That's going to be TSM picking up those kills. Knights, though, do have a great establishing position here on the bridge. So we have hit the top 7. Grandma's house is in play along with the bridge. So Knights, along with that team, probably in the 2 best positions currently.
Nice execution from Knights coming around the corner, and until they were there for a very, very long time, but we saw the amount of pressure that came their way. The only other option, and it was probably a death option as well, it would be charge into that bubble that the enemy team put down for you and fight inside of that bubble. That's really the only option right there, and unfortunately they just ran out of resources. No bubble on Dupe's side, and that's what happens. Intel ends up, I don't think, picking up that many points throughout all of that too. So it's all about getting their strategy together and still figuring things out. Knights beat them to that spot, and now they're rewarded big time with a really solid position.
You can see TSM, they're the ones playing off of the respawn house right now, as Applejacks are playing that platform building just to the east as well. They're the ones that came up big on that geyser side. Renegades currently playing right underneath the Pittsburgh Knights, but they shouldn't really be under too much pressure. The Knights shouldn't go for those peaks onto them just because of the amounts of high ground pressure coming up from all the other squads still alive. Here's Applejacks though trying to make their way across, and the Knights are proving to be big nuisances as the zone starts closing in. Blueberry Smalls needs that bubble, comes out just in time from Kubsky. They do have the slip to work off of. Right now, it's just about trying to survive for this team sliding down from that choke. That's going to be Cheesy keeping an eye on them, but they need to turn around to deal with it. Luckily for them, TSM are helping gatekeep now, but with Blueberry Smalls topped off, they're going to try and apply pressure on to Cheese It. Looks like TSM, they were able to pick up that Spitfire. There's only one clip left for Imperial Hal, but they got the knock onto Finicky, and that should be a lot of the pressure alleviated off of Applejacks as the Pittsburgh Knights finish off Team Razor as well. We're down to our top 6 squads now.
Basically running out of ammo, so he's gonna have to push this one. Going in with the EVA 8, that player was aware that the flank was coming too, so nice job. Hal's gonna ask for a reset there, and they may end up bubbling this loot if they really need to, but Hal is super quick with it. 16 bullets, he's gonna have to do something. I like the spot. I mean, you can see where that zone is pulling directly on top of them. They are just in a prime position right now. Only thing is needing that loot. So that's what Hal's focused on right now. We fortunately are able to see where Renegades is located as well. So they're really not in that much of a position to pressure that. That's really the only team. So I like that idea. Coming in, Hal's laying some cover fire just so we can get over to the death box.
Yeah, we got Renegades, we got TSM, we got CLG in the final 3. Renegades, luckily for them, they're not stuck on the low ground. They do have this bridge position to play off of and plenty of loot. And you can see the extra utility coming in. Having that Arc Star will be huge for the Renegades in this final fight to at least cut off some of the angles that TSM can play off of inside that house that they currently have right now. But it does seem like Renegades might be the last one to have to move out. Big connect out, taking out GS Bird, but the Renegades cannot pressure this quite yet. It's CLG getting slowly picked apart as Nano is the only one left alive for them. TSM, can they sneak away at least one kill? They do, taking that last kill onto Nano, and now it's the final 3v3. Renegades versus TSM. Renegades have the HP advantage as well, having the additional red armor, but will that be the difference maker here? They've got the rooftop control, defensive bombardment down, snipe down has been finished off as well. So now it's a 3v2 for Renegades, looking to close things out in game number 2.
Saucer with the Kraber just churned the tides of this game. He gets knocked over towards the CLG side, finishes snipe down off as well. Now it's just up to a prize and Imperial Hal here. We'll see if they're going to be able to clutch this one inside of the building. Hal's actually going to go and call for a roof charge, but if you clamber up, that's basically suicide. They're already sitting up there. Unfortunately, that's going to be all she wrote for TSM, unless Hal's able to get nutty with this 3v1.
Renegades barrel in for that final 3v1. They'll be able to take the dub here in game number 2. And a great way to do it as well. We saw them on the kill feed basically every step of the way. So GG's to Renegades for taking game number 2. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 3 after this.
Like this? Is that how people normally do it? Okay. That was... there it is.
Bringing this one back down to a 2v2. The peek out the bubble from Gibby as Splash tries to go for that peek in the 1v2. But McGravy will fall, and it seems like a...
If you're ever thirsty while gaming or want to try a new drink, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and grab yourself some Splash. I play Apex Legends for Team Splash, and you're watching Splash Week.
Welcome back, everybody. Renegades with a win in game number 2, taking out TSM there in the late game. Well done. 3 big squads there at the end as well. It was CLG, TSM, and Renegades able to get into that late circle. So well played there, and Renegades now will look to try and challenge Pringles at the top of the Mobile 1 leaderboard. We'll check that out when we go back to Jamerson and Tom here in just a little bit, but it shapes up a very interesting race here. Obviously, still 4 more games to go, so plenty of time for those standings to be shaken up. Obviously, TSM as well is likely to jump into that conversation. They grabbed 2nd place there. They at least, I think, had at least 5 or 6 kills. They were trying to get involved in as many different fights as they could in that late game, and they controlled the 1 building. And unfortunately, you would think that with control of the singular building within the late circle that they would have the advantage, but sadly, Snipe Down goes down. They aren't able to get the res on him, and it just puts them at a significant disadvantage, and Renegades took advantage of that. So well done from Renegades there. And I want to hear from you guys here. You know, I do predictions every single week when I'm on Final Circle for who I think is going to take the title on individual nights. I had Splash for last night. That prediction was wrong. I just should have gone with my Intel boys and my gut there, but that's okay. I picked TSM for tonight, and I think they've had a solid start here, but who are you guys thinking with 4 games remaining tonight will finish atop Series E here? Obviously, G2 always a big contender. They've been the best squad on Pro Nights throughout this entire season, so would love to hear from y'all in Twitch chat. We're going to go to a quick break, though, in a minute here. Do want to let you know, if you want to grab products from any of our partners, whether it's Splash, Intel, Razer, and more, you can get them all at walmart.com/esports arena. So make sure to head over there. That's walmart.com/esports arena. We're heading to that break now, though, folks. We'll be back in a few with the final game of the first half here on Series E Pro Night.
Hey guys, I'm just Gibby, and thanks to Splash, I'm never thirsty while gaming.
That full reset, and most of the cooldowns are gone. Never mind, it's actually Nestle Splash that are here, not the bench warmers. As Charlotte Phoenix are making the push, they've already gotten 2 knocks, and now this is the opportunity for Nestle Splash. Razor down now as Nestle Splash have the man advantage as well. It's the full push out for them. Will it be back-to-back wins? It should be, as Charlotte Phoenix are now down to just Greek God, and he is stuck inside the car by himself. The full 3 members of Nestle Splash going in for the final kill. Nestle Splash with the back-to-back victories here in Pro Night.
If you guys are ever looking for the latest gear or drinks, head over to walmart.com/esports arena. I play Apex Legends for Team Splash, and this is Splash Week.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E as we are getting ready to head into game number 3 now. It's been a pretty big day for Cheez-It. Despite not taking any wins so far, they've been putting points on the board, and they are slowly catching up to Nestle Splash. So let's go ahead and check in with our Mobile 1 leaderboard. We had a big win for Renegades there, and that's going to put them into 1st place now. 31 points, but G2 have climbed up as well. Currently tied for 2nd place with TSM, 22 points. You can see Cheez-Its performance now puts them at 4th place, 1 point off. We have a very tight top 5.
It's exciting to watch, especially when we have that race going in for this game, today for the Pro Day, and also for the relegations that's going forward. And man, I don't know who's going to take this one. It's been so exciting to watch. One thing's for sure, still going to call them out. What's going on with Pop-Tarts? I want to see more from these guys. They're the team that's holding down in 4th place. I'm not quite sure what's going on with them. They're changing compositions. They're changing legends each week. And I'm just not quite sure if they're going to be able to hold on to that spot if Team Cheez-It's going to be able to play like that right now. To me, I really think that Cheez-It has the best chance after watching yesterday and watching just a little bit today, but have been fooled before. We've seen Splash do really well. They bounced back and forth from 4th and 5th as well.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Mobile 1 high performance moment from game number 2. And it's just this final team fight. Renegade started off. They got that first knock onto Snipe Down. And it was just an easy finish off. You can see TSM trying to make their last stand. I mean, when you're stuck inside of a building in this 3v2, and squads know how to fight over this building in particular, you know, the top-down approach typically works out when you have that man advantage. So Renegades with a great finish here in game number 2.
Yeah, I like holding the roof down there. I think that the call to go and try to clamber up there, maybe it was because the bubble was down, and that could have been the opportunity to go and try to make a play. You just are in such a tough spot once Snipe Down goes down, because he's the one that's going to be giving you info on where these players are going to be, and you need his slaying power. He's going to always be coming in there, cleaning up these fights and just adding a ton of pressure. So it was big Kraber shots that it really opened things up for Saucer, because of the fact that it was looking tough for them. They were out of position. They had a lot of track to make up to get to where TSM was. They're going to get gate kept over towards the side. They eventually get 2 knocks there. TSM helps finish that off because they realize they want to get second place at least and then focus on this 3v3, which they know that they're going to win. But Snipe Down peeks out a little bit too early and gets his face ripped off.
Yeah, that was a big game for them. But let's take a look at the cumulative leaderboard. And the most important thing to note right now is that Cheez-It have cut that lead that Splash had over them. It was about a 29-point lead at the beginning of the day, but over the last 2 games, they have now brought it within reach, 12 points. That's the difference between them and Splash. And now that also brings them within 40 points of Team Pop-Tarts. So Team Cheez-It slowly climbing up with enough days left to really take away that 4th place position. So Team Pop-Tarts and Splash really need to keep an eye on their backs right now, particularly Splash, who, you know, it looked comfortable for them. They were the ones fighting for 4th place, but now it's Team Cheez-It climbing up.
It's because they're playing calm, cool, and collected. And Pop-Tarts, unfortunately, got griefed a little bit by 303 when they were rotating through Geyser, and they lost a lot of their resources. And then they lost that fight horribly when it seemed so well executed. The Nox Gas Grenade was very well done. I'm not quite sure how they lost that fight, because when you're watching it from Wallace's point of view, he's doing basically everything that he can. And there was, I think, maybe a flank that happened around the side. He got 2 players to turn his back towards them, and that's just super unlucky timing. I mean, you saw that the way that they were locking that down, you saw that they were running out of cells throughout all of that. Those are the fights that you need to win, because you're losing it on 3 points, and then you're also losing out potential placements.
Here we go, heading into game number 3. We'll see if any adjustments are made by our squads, but we should be joining on board with Renegades, our winners of game number 2. And our current lobby leaders, 31 points overall, I believe. They got challenged 50-50 in their first game, but they won that out handedly enough, so it doesn't look like they are getting contested. It's going to be a normal tree split for them. Vax is going over towards that beacon building for themselves. If he doesn't have that beacon, well, he'll have probably the beacon over by thermal station to play off of as well. So see why this position is so incredibly strong, having a backup beacon to play off of on the early game.
And it looks like the zone does kind of pull over towards their side on the south side, so that's always good for them. CLG mainly fighting in Harvester consistently. This is 3 50-50s in a row. They've split it as well, but Bird's feeling really good about his angles and the fact that he has them on the ropes. You can see 2 players over towards the side in front of, or 2 in front of him, excuse me, 1 over towards the side. That stops him temporarily. That angle was really nice by whoever was playing that one, and now they're gonna have to reset and go for some heals and also some more ammo, because you can see they're running out.
Well, he has a blue armor swap as well to play off of. Taking a look at the map, though, we're going to have a very classical circle over here at Thermal Station. Now, there are a few places where this one can end, but you're going to see a lot of focus on the choke points to the north side of Thermal. To try and gatekeep squads, to try and pick up kill points here. For G2, though, this is just going to be business as usual. Loot up, and then find a decent spot to play off of. So right now, though, we're still on board with that CLG fight, and this one is taking way too long. You can see TSM are starting to move into the area, so someone needs to make something happen or just get the hell out of there over at Harvester.
The problem is, Sherrison, they don't have scans, so it's kind of tough to predict that's going to go over towards the thermal station side when you're so focused on fighting. But speaking of fighting, Rice Krispie Treats is going to have 1 down. That seems Stono gets thirsted by Zera Tricky, as Hakula is going to come around the corner with the spray, and now it's just 1 player alive over here, and this was what Razor does so well. Once they get the advantages, we saw the clips from yesterday's open day. Hakula was playing amazing when he gets the advantages.
Rice Krispie Treats knocked out there in 20th. No kill points for them. It's going to be the +3 for Team Razor. They need to go for the quick resets, though, as squads should start moving in on this location, especially with this ring pull going down to Thermal Station. So a lot of the northern squads are going to keep an eye on it. Except versus CLG taking place once again, and it's up to Klein once more. The trades have come out, and this is what we were talking about. TSM move in for the third party, but another team's actually shown up for this one. And so TSM are just trying to secure these thirsts on the ground first, and then fight for this 3v3. Imperial Howl is the first one to go down on the TSM side. That's going to be the Pittsburgh Knights picking up 2. Snipe Down's the only one left, and the Knights will clean up TSM, no problem.
It's crazy how you just have this domino like butterfly effect that happens in Apex for these two teams because they take so long to go and fight, and they're 50-50ing each other back to back to back over towards Harvester, and you have to rotate through that to go to Thermal. You think that you're playing this perfectly. Unfortunately for TSM, there was another team in the vicinity, and that was the Knights. Meanwhile, easy cleanup coming in for Era as they're going to go and get the finish, but another third party's coming through. Could this be G2?
It definitely is. Resulta's got the longbow. They are closing the distance onto them. Designful's already got a close-up angle. He's got to be careful in how he peeks this, and he just takes the 1v1 peek, buying time for the rest of G2 to show up. Gentrifying takes the high ground angle as well, and he will absolutely murder anyone ahead of him. The 91 narrowly missing out on that knock, but here comes the Thermite just to flush them out of that position. Big connect as well. He gets the knock onto Tech, and now they're going to be able to finish off the rest of Team Era as Stunny falls. That's going to be G2 now gaining this position. This choke is such a hotly contested one as well, and G2 are so happy to be able to get the +3 along with having additional loot to play off of this position.
And look how much damage they took throughout all of that. Only one player took flesh damage, and that was Resulta, so he's going to be able to hit a quick armor swap and heal up with a med kit. And that's what's so special about G2 in terms of taking fights cleanly, because then they can just continue to snowball that. Another team's going to approach. They're going to think that they're extremely weak. Well, surprised, I'm still full shields because we were able to take that fight so well. As we see what's going on with Pop-Tarts. Some good loot coming in. Wingman, Eva 8, also still rocking the same composition that they were before. So I love the composition. Let's see what Z Davis is going to be able to do now that he has a gold helmet as well. They're going to be able to get a couple more redeploys out here. If they can get to Thermal, that's going to be big.
Yeah. They will have the redeploy, like you said, to work off of, but for now it's just about lurking along the edges. There is a squad, I believe, that was still stuck over by launch site, so they got to be careful about those late rotates that come out from Lava City, from Dome, and that area for now, but they, of course, can just play on this side. They have the ring information, so they know this is going into Thermal, but they can avoid a lot of the choke points with this Valkyrie. Particularly, it's G2 playing one of the chokes right now. They've got a squad currently to their north, moving in from that staging and Hot Springs area. But G2 currently, they are just holding it down. Like we said, they have a lot of loot to play off of as well. And so if they need to give up this position, they definitely can. They have a lot of loot boxes behind them. So they're going to have a lot of utility to try and gatekeep these squads.
And the portal is very well played. I mean, they can do whatever they want. Look at all that loot there. Covered a lot of real estate like you were talking about. So important to own your home court advantage when zones start to move down towards you, and that's what G2 does very, very well. Rarely will you see them fall outside the top 5 in a thermal station zone, because when they know it's pushing over towards the back, they set up in the back. When they know that it's pushing more over towards this choke, they're going to own this area and try to get more information going forward on where that zone is going to continue to move. So great play so far from G2. Let's see how many teams actually start rotating into thermal and where the priorities are. If we can do a little picture-in-picture with the map, see what teams are on the edge kind of rotating in and where the chokes are going to be.
Yeah, Designful's losing out in this charge rifle battle, but it's okay because we talked about how much utility you have. They have so much more extra heals that you can just keep trying to bleed out this squad, go for the exchanges. They had so many extra batteries and cells to play off of, so shields are no big issue. Cloud9, though, currently getting gate kept over here on this landslide tunnel. Zach Mazer trying to push up, but that's going to be a cost on the other side. The squad has already lost out on one, and now they're going to charge forward as they have the man advantage. Trying to play around these peaks here. Zach will just back away just in case to play a little bit more cautiously as the bubble does go down for them. Retaking the high ground, they secure that thirst onto Malice Mamba. And now It looks like Cloud9 are looking for that death blow. Gibby will fall next, so there's just one left here for Splash. Turns is just going to try and call it and survive for his squad.
Yeah, I think that's a good play from Turns. Hey, maybe if you can squeeze a couple points out or Tomcat rat it out, you never really know what happens. But one thing's for sure, I don't know if they're going to be able to get these banners back. That'd be pretty surprising. But C9 is already rotating out. Maybe they're going to leave this one. We'll see if Turns can come back and stick his nose in there and see if they're going to be able to allow him to get those reses in, because there's really not that many squads left. We've had a pretty fast game so far, so maybe you could play with Zone 2 still and go towards the edge and get something that people wouldn't really expect. Meanwhile, Team Intel making their way on over towards Tree. They have a team on the run. It looks like it's going to be 303. Zach Mazer actually finds Turns on the get back.
Oh, the black hole coming in. Verhulst will be able to clear it, but Skittlecakes has taken a lot of damage in the meantime. But he should be able to reset with his high ground. They got another knock on to escape, and so 303 should be down, left into 1v3. Skittlecakes will have plenty of time to get that Phoenix kit off, and Team Intel are just happy to actually continue to play on the edge for the time being and picking up some kills early on here. So for now, as you can see, Verhulst is just clearing out these angles, making sure that no one else is coming up behind them. They are playing off that Valkyrie as well, so they don't have to hard commit into any of the chokes. They can make their way into Thermal Station with very little threat. And so for now, I like that they're slow playing this one, not trying to play early center zone, which is something that got them punished in game number 1 when we had that climatizer ending.
Yeah, mainly because they just couldn't get that building that Knights was locking down. So a couple options here. The most popular would be try to control the high ground over towards Tree and go that way. But you could also try to hit the redeploys here or the redeploy of your own if you really wanted to. So Intel has some options. They're going to have to start scouting those out and see exactly what works for them. Meanwhile, Pop-Tarts is sitting bottom middle here, which could be a pretty powerful spot. I mean, obviously with Caustic, you're looking good. They're having some fun over there with the barrels on top of the doors as well, which is a little troll, but hey, do what you got to do over here. A lot of teams already set up over towards Thermal. You saw the mini map, and it makes you wonder if G2 makes me wonder if G2, just take a look at the Tomcat rat cam, didn't have a scan, obviously, so maybe it was hard to predict that it was going to be hard pulling over towards Thermal. But look at this little crouch walk coming in for the 303 squad.
Yeah, I love this like Voltron-esque skin. But we'll see if 303 can survive any longer. Just trying to creep in. It's got 18 seconds before the zones start closing. So he'll have access to the high ground if he needs to try and use that. And I think Team Intel definitely should be running that position, like you said, just above the train tunnel. Here's Team Pringles, though. They are looking around the edges for now. Cloud9, this was the last squad we saw in the area as we're over here in Landslide. But they're currently getting gate kept over by the staging area. So they're just going to avoid a lot of this one and start rotating now their way into Harvester here. And so we'll see Team Pringles. They've been having a decent night so far. But for now, it's just about, again, continuing to navigate through this mid-game with 13 squads remaining Zone 2 closing. So the fastest game that we've had so far tonight, Tom.
Really comes down to the fight that happened at that 44-second mark over at Harvester, because that made things kind of explode. And then there was a couple other fights that took place as well. So I kind of like these fast-paced games sometimes too. It gives you a little bit of a different feel. Sometimes it actually happens depending on where the zone is going to be. But again, there's a lot of fighting, and then it really starts to slow down because teams are so focused on getting their positioning and waiting for that next zone to pull. You don't know who exactly has the scan on where the next zone's going to go. You don't know who's kind of playing it by ear. And sometimes it's a little hard to predict exactly which thermal zone there is. So that's why teams like hold the donut down, and you hope for that donut pull, or you hope that it goes over towards the house, and you can start to gatekeep. You hope that it kind of pulls over towards bottom middle. This jungle gym's not a bad spot to be in, but that's a late game spot. That's not a spot that you want to hold this early in, and Knights is feeling that.
Oh, they've found themselves in trouble here, and quite often the Pittsburgh Knights actually default to this position when it comes to rings inside Thermal Station. And they know how difficult this can be to play. You can see Pop-Tarts are poking their head out, trying to peek and get some damage off onto the Knights. And they have, of course, the team up top as well. So this becomes extremely difficult. Here's Applejacks getting the free fire off onto them right now. They are getting everything just turned their way. Gilderson's fall as Intel have made the rotation in. They're holding on that platform above as well. And you can see the anchor position coming out from them. Defensive bombardment has been used. Pittsburgh Knights might have been able to recover there. So doing a great job of just at least staying alive, but you can see how much attention is being turned their way. Right now, though, the north side high ground being controlled by G2. They had that big nest egg. Now they need to try and find some more kill points there. They have another squad contesting them inside that building. You can see G2 should be looking to try and make it a push on in. It's going to be Razor actually making the push here. The Arcstar connect onto Zeratricky, but he does somehow survive throughout all of that.
Wow.
And forces this team back. Iron Man Simp trying to get aggressive on the outside. Off that knock, Gentrifying was the one to fall. And now G2 need to get something here going. It's only Designful left for them. Somehow things just turning so terribly bad for G2.
It's because Zeratricky's a beefy boy. He just ate all that damage from the Arcstar, lives with like 1 to 5 HP. And once that happened, maybe you go and you push that 2-on-1 situation or that 2v2 situation. But because of the fact that the knock already goes down, you have to kind of play the numbers. You just hear, you know, he's one shot, but he backs down, gets the heal in, and then everybody else kind of covers and pressures at the same time. So that was really nice baiting and switching coming in for Razor, and gotta give credit to Zeratricky for staying alive there as we do get that scan over towards the next zone, thanks to our boy Iron Man Simp. And we see that it is going to continue to pull over towards where Pop-Tarts is. So Pop-Tarts is going to love their position.
Pop-Tarts and Apple Jacks, they're controlling the center building right now. We do also have the circle building in. We don't know exactly which team is playing off that, but right now it's Team Razor getting all the loot that G2 were able to get earlier on. And so they should not have too much pressure here. Cheez-It are in the northeast choke right now, trying to gatekeep the squads moving through Harvester currently. As you can see, Mollis is keeping an eye on the northern edge as well. So a lot of teams are actually ending up rotating into each other down by staging or up by staging right now. So Cheez-It in a really strong position here. They're going to see that pull away from them though, and that's where they're really going to have to figure out how they play this position, as they're going to be forced down onto the low. Some good poke out. Actually, shots missing from Mollis, but he's keeping an eye, and he knows that the squad across the way, that's going to be Team Razor, is going to be one that they have to deal with this ring pull.
Cheez-It really only has one option. That's the Octane bounce pad as that zone clears. And right now, Mollis needs to be looking around, putting pings down, and figuring out exactly where they are. As you take a look at Designful, the rat. He's blending in as well. That is, I mean, if he didn't have the light up shoes like me when I was playing tag or hide and seek back in the day, then he would be a lot harder to see.
I'm surprised that Razor haven't gotten more thirsty off that kill to try and finish off G2, but you know, holding that position could be incredibly stronger, as eventually he'll have to move into them. Here's Team Pringles, though, stuck on the low. Bubble's already been used. Now they're going to back away with this jump pad, as well as Team Liquid looking to gatekeep them. They've got the Horizon and throwing in some nades along with that Knuckle cluster, but they do at least alleviate some of the pressure here, but they have to contend with the gatekeeping that's going to happen at this choke. They don't have the Valkyrie in play. They don't have a jump pad to use as well, and so this is going to be extremely difficult for them. Cheez-It looking to gatekeep them right now. We also know that Team Razor are here on the north, unless they've already moved. Nice connect out from Flanker, hitting for the flash. Another connect there with that. Now as they have to start moving in, 30 seconds left to go before the zone starts closing in. The fadeaway knock from Fun, and you can see Flanker's immediately like, hey, are we turning on this? No, they need to start focusing on positioning instead.
They have a little time to focus it, but unfortunately the team is in the jungle gym down below them. Razor with the light up there. R301, good angles being taken as well. Oh, it's tough right there because I wanted to see what they're going to be able to do in this situation. Again, with this limited composition, I feel like there aren't really many options. So now Razor's going to continue to just gatekeep with that Hakulo head glitch that he had right there. It makes it virtually impossible to get shots on him.
Now Razor need to return their focus on their rotate here. You already saw there was a squad playing inside the lava just below them as well. So it's not going to be a free space for them. Platform might actually be open. As now as we get a better look, they are forcing that squad out. That's going to be the knock on to Nocturnal, and now they're just down to one player. Never mind, Flanker gets finished off. Cloud9 will pick that one up. But here's the jump pad across, and you can see there was a full 3-man just below them as well. They have the fence, and That's just the last bit of cover they will be
Oh,
afforded.
no.
Simp goes down, Lion picks that one up, and it's just Pop-Tarts and Apple Jacks being a complete nuisance. They do get that res somehow onto Simp, bringing him back up, but here's Z Davis and company trying to apply more pressure onto Team Liquid right now. The nades do connect, but it's going to be from Apple Jacks. Kubski getting the knock onto Simp there, as it looks like Cheez-It are about to get knocked out. That's going to be the Pittsburgh Knights picking up those kills.
Now Pop-Tarts has a huge advantage to take a look at the kill feed. They understand this is their opportunity to put points on the board. I believe they only had 6 points after the first couple of games, or maybe it was even less than that. Maybe that was Splash and they were sitting at that goose egg. Now they are looking prime position with the gate keep coming in, being in the next zone, having Caustic bottom center as well. This is a power position right here for Z Davis, Lion, and Mooney. Curious to see what Applejacks does, though, because their resources could be running super low up top.
Yeah, they've been stuck up there, and without a Wraith Portal to try and recover some loot, you know, it becomes a situation where you're just starved out. For Pop-Tarts, though, they're happy to have Applejacks above them. It's kind of like a weird parasitic symbiotic relationship where you just both coexist and you help each other defend the position. And so for Pop-Tarts, you know, they're safely in, and their big issue is just making sure that no one comes in flanking behind them. So they're keeping an eye. You saw the pings going down to their south, making sure that the Knights don't actually move into their position. The Applejacks will squad above. We'll give them forewarning as well. You know, you look at the Tracers rounds, right? Where the shots end up going, you know where all the teams are. So it's some nice scouting out for Applejacks here, and our two partnered squads just stacked on top of each other, trying to survive. Pittsburgh Knights are moving their way up to the northern side. It's Charlotte Phoenix that do have the circle building to play off of right now. They're going to try and secure, looks like a rat that's just playing up top. Scans out as they go for the jump. They're just going to go ahead and full send it. And I think, yeah, it is Designful still alive somehow for his squad, but he does go down. Top 7 for them. It's going to be the Charlotte Phoenix that secure this. Nades getting inside of their bubble as Greek will fall down. He was still over by that circle building. No, he's on the other, I guess, platform here. Pittsburgh Knights are trying to make their way on in, and this is what I was talking about. Pop-Tarts just need to make sure that they do not get in for free. The scans out, getting them backed up into the corner. You have to remember that it was the Knights that were getting into the fights, that were getting the additional loot, while squads like Pop-Tarts and Applejacks were slowly getting kind of thirsted out throughout all of this. But you can see Renegades are going to fall to Charlotte Phoenix as well.
And it's, ooh, nice job coming in from Zach Mazer. It's tough because he has gold helmet right now, so you're going to be able to hit all those Bloodhound scans going forward. Rez being caught by Zach Mazer. He was expecting Alvarez to win that 1v1. That Osa raid is going to come through, possibly with the clutch. No, there goes the knock, and then now the All-Star from Zach, which is going nutty. That has to be another team, right? No, that is all of Applejacks dropping down. Wow. Applejacks with the absolute psycho move.
And we talked about it. They needed this loot, right? So they had to get out of that position. They needed to go and get this. And so this is going to be huge for them. They've basically replenished for this final fight. It's going to be the final 3v3. Applejacks, Pittsburgh Knights, and Team Pop-Tarts. Knights, though, is already setting up position to try and infiltrate into this building for now. Bronzy holding that angle. He's got the arm shield. He's got the EVA 8 with the purple bolt as well. Even though we have Caustics in the area, he's going to have that digi threat on the EVA 8 to help him out. But Pittsburgh Knights, they have to be careful. Applejacks, renewed Applejacks that were able to get additional loot along with utility now, are the ones that have priority on the zone.
They are in such a good position to win this game. I mean, they just need to focus up, continue to do what they're doing, chuck a couple grenades, try to force these two teams into each other. That's an extremely early bubble, I believe, coming through. They have the winning position, so a defensive bombardment really won't hit that because of the fact that that is being covered, but now they're going to get sent on because of the fact that they used their bubble already.
Oh, and there was just too much focus on the Pop-Tarts side now. The Pittsburgh Knights somehow survived without losing anyone, so it's going to be the Knights versus Pop-Tarts on the other end. Pop-Tarts not forcing the issue quite yet. Bronzy gets the bat off, but it's not enough. It's down to a 3v2 now. Team Pop-Tarts down to a 2v1, and it's going to be Pop-Tarts, the slow burn for them. They got center zone and ultimately walk away with the win here in game number 3, and this is a much-needed win for Pop-Tarts. Remember, they're in the 4th place position. Team Cheez-It, we're climbing up the ranks, but this win will allow them to comfortably now build up a lead up against the other squads. So we're going to go ahead and take a break as we have hit halftime. When we get back, we'll have the final 3 games of the evening right after this.
Hey, what's up? It's Mamba, and if you want to play like me, you gotta stay hydrated.
I hate taking fights up there.
And it was just everyone getting thirsty for Team Intel, and you saw how quickly things turned around. I think Team Intel actually made it out of there alive, even though Verholst did get knocked. Here's Applejack's getting, it's going to be a 1v3 as Finicky's getting into the runaround, but the 1v3 is just too much. Nestle will take the final game.
If you guys ever thirsty, want to try a new drink, I recommend Splash. It's a really good drink. Just head over to walmart.com/esportsarena. I play Apex for Team Splash, and you're watching Splash Week.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Eat, Speak, Compete.
Eat, Speak, Compete.
Yes.
Name, incredible, logo, even better.
I'm your host, as always, Jaso, joined by my co-host, Luke Shimone Brew.
There's a lot to unpack there. I don't even know where to start.
If one of the North American teams doesn't win, their 2021 season is done. I got my fingers crossed. I think you got this. Let's turn more towards the competitive side. They finished strong.
Like 35-2.
They finished strong. They looked.
If the only intent is, hey, let's make this game as esports as possible, then sure. But that's never going to be what Nintendo does.
And I'm very curious to see what kind of their first take on what a Valorant World Championship should look like.
Dang. That's super fun sounding.
Yeah, I think it's going to be awesome.
That sounds super fun. I think that's like the
Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I did. Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
It's fruit refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top fresh flavored Splash.
It's fruit refreshing.
Welcome back, y'all. Game number 3 belongs to Team Pop-Tarts. You heard Jamerson and Tom talking about it earlier in the day as we were taking a look at our cumulative leaderboard, and Pop-Tarts currently sits in 4th place. They control that final spot that is safe from relegation, and they're trying to hold off a Splash team that's trying to chase them down. The gap was only 32 points to start the day today, and that is a big win for Pop-Tarts as they want to try and widen that gap, keep themselves safe from Splash chasing them down with just 2 more weeks to go after tonight. So let's check out our player of the game here for game number 3. It's going to go to Lion. Not the biggest pop-off game for the leader of Team Pop-Tarts, but 2 kills and 600 damage is enough to get it done for Pop-Tarts as they do grab the win. Lion has been the big fragger on this team. He's the only player up in the triple digits in kills so far this season for this squad, and he continues to lead the way. So it really seems like, you know, how Lion goes is how Team Pop-Tarts goes, and he continues to lead the way for this squad. So well done from Lion and the team. We'll just have to see if they can continue to build on that game, because their point total was very low. I don't know if they even had any going into this game, so this is not likely to put them up into the top 5, but if they can keep rolling this momentum from this win into the next 3 games, they certainly will have a shot. So curious to see how things shake out there. If you guys do want to check in on how the leaderboard shakes out throughout every single broadcast, you can just use !leaderboard in Twitch chat. It'll give you the link to our live leaderboard over at esportsarena.com. So make sure to use that !leaderboard whenever you need to check in on what's going on in Series E. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we kick off the final 3 games of the day for Splash Week.
Hey, what's up? My name is Turns, and the only thing smoother than my shots is the pineapple mango splash.
They had prime positioning, but the unfortunate thing was someone else was thinking about the exact same thing.
Ooh, Turns hitting that Kraber shot.
Ooh. Oh, beautiful Kraber shots.
If you're ever thirsty while gaming or want to try a new drink, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and grab yourself some Splash. I play Apex Legends for Team Splash, and you're watching Splash Week.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E, where we have just come back from the half. 3 games down, 3 games left to go. We had Pop-Tarts taking the win there in game number 3, but they didn't have too many kill points behind it, so we'll see how much space or how much they climb up in the Mobile 1 leaderboard. Let's go ahead and check in with that for now, as we had a lot of our heavy hitters going down a little bit early in that last game. That allows now Renegades are in first place still, but the Pittsburgh Knights, with the second place finish there with a good amount of kill points as well, propel themselves into second place, Tom.
Unfortunately, they only got the 3 kills at the tail end of the game. And it's nice to see them getting into the spot where they needed to do. And it's nice to see them just put points on the board. So we'll see what happens with Splash, because this is Splash Week and Splash is not making a splash, unfortunately. I'm hoping that they could pop off here, because when they're running on all cylinders, it's a really fun team to watch. And I want to see this race continue to get closer. But I'm also really proud that Pop-Tarts is putting things together, because there's been really good highs for them and really bad lows for them. And then the fact that they were able to get that fight and win that fight against Applejacks over towards the side is absolutely huge, because that game was going to be phenomenal for Applejacks. Keep in mind, Pop-Tarts, they wouldn't have picked up any kills right there. They would have got like 3rd place. They probably wouldn't have picked up really any points at all. I think that is like half the amount of points that they actually would have picked up for getting that placement in 3rd, which is what they should have got. So it's interesting to watch the 2 teams that were locked at the doors to each other, you know, end up winning that fight and taking over where Team Applejacks was. They threw the bubble too early. They didn't take angles where they needed to, and they just let the teams collapse on them from each side.
Yeah, this was the awkward fight that Cloud9 ended up taking here on the northwest side. You had Applejacks dropping down onto them. Zach Mazer put in a lot of work. This was a beautiful armor swap to really keep him in this. And you can see the amount of work that the L-Star can put in, not having to reload, just worrying about the overheating issue. He's doing a good job of just not overheating until right there at the end, but he did so much work. It was actually very scary for Applejacks in the end.
It was, and I'm just concerned that they were taking too long to heal and reset after that, and maybe that's because Zach did so much damage to them, especially when it was basically a 3 versus 1 at that point when the collapse came. But they needed to take angles and just add pressure with their weapons instead of a couple of grenades here and there. And then, you know, when you're in such a good position and the zone is basically moving onto you, you have to win those, especially when you're sitting in, 6th place, 7th place, and you're trying to make it into top 4. So just a little confidence boost like that from Pop-Tarts and a little mistake like that from Applejacks could really turn the tides of who has to go through relegation and who doesn't.
Yeah, we're having issues right now with the server, so we're going to go ahead and reset that, get all of our players back in. We're going to take a short break, and when we get back, we will have game number 4 right after this.
So I've been playing Apex Legends for about a year and a half, and what really got me into it was one of my COD friends told me about this game that like came out at the time. It just came out, but I just thought it was like a break from COD, but it ended up being the main game I ended up playing.
He knows that he has more of those traps to block that rotation.
Gentrifying actually getting the knock onto Pringles, I believe, as the push comes out. Gentrifying tries his best. He secures at least an additional kill point.
Team Splash, I mostly just play support, but from time to time I like to frag out.
There's a Caustic on the other side as well, and they're taking the ring damage, so they've got to be careful now as they move forward. The EVA 8 shots do connect. The Mills is the first one to fall, and that's gonna...
My main legend, obviously, is Gibraltar, but my favorite gun combo probably has to be R301 EVA 8 or R301 probably.
Here, but here comes Nestle to try and finish them all off. Guppy pushing forward with the Prowler now. He's got the...
Playing with turns in Malice Mama, it's been an experience. It's a learning experience, and I'm glad I'm learning from it. It's my first real taste in like competitive Apex, because I recently switched to PC a couple of months back. If you guys are ever looking for the latest gear or drinks, head over to walmart.com/esports arena. I play Apex Legends for Team Splash, and this is Splash Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
All right, thank you all so much for your patience with us. We do have the lobby reset. Game number 4 is ready and to get underway, and it's super important, especially in the second half of tonight. We have so many teams right now in the top 5, barely differentiated by points. It's super close, as we don't have anyone that's actually running away with the game so far. It's been a real kind of tug of war affair throughout the night, and so it's great to see that we have this level of competition here for the pro night. Importantly, though, we are keeping track of our squads that are right there on the bubble. Pop-Tarts with that win give themselves a small lifeline, Tom.
Yeah, and a lot of confidence, really. I think that's what it is more than anything, especially when you see everybody else in the lobby that's kind of chasing you. When you're talking about Splash, when you're talking about Apple Jacks, they're making a couple minor mistakes here and there, and then Pop-Tarts comes together with, yeah, it's kind of a cheesy game, really. It sucks when you win a game and you don't get any kills, but that's just how it is, right? You got to win how you got to win. You got to get your points how you got to get your points, and set up based on your composition. And it's not Pop-Tarts' fault that they lock down a really good position, play the end game really well. And you know, if they don't win that, then that gives everybody else a lot of confidence because they're watching them just kind of camp in a building and not execute from one of the best spots. So it really comes down to, you know, the mental aspect of this and who's going to be able to bounce back. Is Splash going to be able to put some good points up? You think that the vibes are going to be running high during Splash Week, but they only have 3 games left to do something.
Yeah, I mean, I think that really does kind of drive home the point about how spots and positions can look similar. That's what Applejacks and Pop-Tarts were doing. They were basically running the same spot, but Applejacks, being on that high ground on top of the tower, afford themselves a larger line of sight, and they were able to get some kills here or there from range, while Pop-Tarts being stuck down on low give up the opportunity for kills, but increase their chances of getting that plus 12 at the end, which they ultimately did get. So as we head into game number 4, let's go ahead and check in with our partnered squad with Pop-Tarts, our winners of game number 3.
And also, we're going to have to keep tracks. We're going to be on board with them temporarily because the 50-50, that never stops. And I was wondering, you know, what TSM was thinking and how upset they were on that rotation coming through, because they probably had no idea that was an elongated 50-50 and that those shots have been going on for quite some time. They were just thinking that they're going to come through, slide through, and things were going to be A-okay. But there it is. Bird gets that first knock on to Clane immediately. So let's take a look at what's going on.
Yeah, Pop-Tarts will just, of course, loot up. Overlook here. It's going to be free for them. It's going to be another thermal station ending. We'll see if this one's similar. And so for all intents and purposes, it is looking like it. There's a chance that this one can pull away down towards where gentrifying is. But here we go. CLG versus Xset. Clarify has answered back, taking out Vatra at the very least. But now it's down to a 1v1. Does Kenny have enough left in the tank? He's got a Mozambique, and he just charges right into the Mastiff of Bird. This one is another well-deserved win for CLG on the 50-50. They do it fast enough so that they don't get third-partied, and they'll have about a minute to loop before other squads start rotating in.
That's how the 50-50 should be. It should be just mutual agreement where you just kind of land on each other and fight, and you have to get it over with. Otherwise, you're going to both just basically grief yourself. You're already griefing yourselves, guys, so might as well just get it over with and see who's going to come out up on top. And again, CLG is going to take that one, and I believe it was Vatra who got all 3 kills last time. This time it's going to be Bird going through, and Bird's always been one of the strongest Gibraltars that we have too. Always excited when he's sticking on that one and playing it extremely well. Already looking for the third party coming through. Is like, is TSM sliding down? Because this is a very similar situation that what happened before. So it's time to replicate and kind of get on there. Let's take a look at the map and see if TSM's actually making their way down there and if they're going to take the same route.
Yeah, they realized that the fight ended up a little bit quicker here, so they're actually taking a roundabout way. They're going to go over towards Lava Siphon instead, and it might just be because their armors aren't the greatest right now. You still have the white on Snipe Down and just the blues for PZ and Imperial House. So they want to pick up some additional loot along the way here. They're going to go ahead and give Harvester a wide berth and try to play the south side. So look to them to go through Lava Siphon and move their way through Tree and Launch Site, which, with these delayed rotations, take a look. Charlotte Phoenix are still in launch site right now as Applejacks are starting to move up. So we might have a huge pile up there on the south side of the zone.
You can see the replicators going down. That has to be G2. Era's figuring out how many teams possibly are already over here based on the rotation. And Bowser's great at calling these zones. He's great at shot calling, figuring out where they want to go and set up. It's unfortunate that Tech doesn't have his bounce pad right now. Hopefully that thing can get going so they could figure out exactly which way they want to approach over towards Thermal, because they're going to be surprised. We were lucky enough to see that mini-map. There's a lot of real estate open right now. I believe it's just G2 that's over there. So Era is going to have second priority on where they want to go and hold. And the donut building is always a great option because you get a lot of kill opportunities and you get a lot of opportunities for the zone to actually pull here.
Here's the Pittsburgh Knights now trying to make their way through from that tree connector. There's one scanned up. Airburst nade out from Asura. We'll see if this one connects. It doesn't seem like it will, though. A little bit wide on that one. He'll have a second chance at it as he's having difficulty pulling out that frag nade, getting scanned out throughout all of that. Now, with taking so long, they have to worry about their back. And so they do turn around. Maintaining control of this high ground is just as good as trying to push through that choke for the time being. We have a lot of squads we saw taking the roundabout rotation, getting down here to the south. Rockstar are getting into a fight up against Era right now.
Bowser is already down. Curious how they got crept up on so quickly. I thought that they were in a pretty decent spot. And now it looks like Lion's going to go down as well. So now 303 is on top of Team Pop-Tarts. Let's hop on board with one of these fights and see exactly where these players are. Kimchi Lee, Moosin, and McGravy over inside of the opposite building that we saw where Era was rotating towards. So that makes a little bit of sense. And having Caustic over here is phenomenal. So again, these Valkyrie rotations, you don't really know how crucial they can really be sometimes, because teams still got to get a feel for the lobby. And the more times that you're able to run games over and over again, the more you're able to, get in the sky, see how fast they're rotating, and be able to get even more information. So this is, again, one of those spots where you get a lot of kill opportunities. However, this is, I would say, more contested than the donut. The donut's a little harder to get to, and Team Stars are just constantly fly over here.
303 end up taking out Team Pop-Tart, and so the winners from last game now just to watch on as teams like Cheez-It and Nestle Splash will look to try and close that gap between them and the overall 4th place position. Pop-Tart should have expected it with 303 playing out of Geyser, running into a very similar rotation path, but looks like they just ended up getting caught out. Moosin, though, has to be careful. I don't know where he's getting shot up from, but he does have that Phoenix kick going this entire time. It does seem like the res did go through to the teams that are playing in the back pocket there on the southwest side of Thermal Station. But taking a look at basically the tree side, we're having a huge pile of Snipe Down and TSM have they made their rotation in. Applejacks are just going to maintain their position on one of those beacon buildings as the Pittsburgh Knights are trying to maintain control over the height.
Yeah, TSM's going to push bottom through tunnel right there, and then maybe contest the side building inside Thermal, and then make their way over towards the platform, depending on where exactly it's going to be. So you see pings going down from Hell. Looks like they want to go over towards that platform. There's always that building, like we talked about, over towards the side too. Problem is, you need to have information. So Snipe Down needs to decide where he wants to go and send his scan. Scan comes in from behind. He's going to counter scan that one to realize they're up top, but he has to wait now, basically 20 seconds in my opinion, so they can go and scan the other side, decide if they want to go and push that. So Hal's going to call for them to go back over towards the tree side, but we know that there's exactly 2 teams over there. They're not going to expect Applejack still sitting in the building. They're going to go and send this one and possibly get third-partied.
Oh my goodness, they're just going to go in for it, but Snipe Down gets instantly cracked, and you can see the regret quickly coming out from TSM, but at least it was a quick call made to just back away from this one. And so all they expend for it are going to be a couple of syringes and that battery. They at least made the attempt and get out for free, but now it's again about how do you approach this one? Are you going to try and retake that high ground? It looks like they will be focusing on maybe playing for that platform, but like you said, Tom, the buildings just to their north of them, straight north of them on that train tracks, could be a nice default position to play off of early on. It's relatively safe because a lot of teams are of course going to be gate kept on the north side by those choke positions, so you could just try and play for picks off of that spot. Right now, though, Liquid, we saw them in trouble here before, but they're just taking their time to just replicate over here at Fragment on their late rotate.
And I'm glad that they're continuing to switch compositions with a little bit of Legend Roulette over here. Haven't seen anything consistent coming out of them. Looks like they're having a little bit of fun and trying some things out too. But I like that the way that Liquid has been approaching situations. They just haven't been getting lucky and haven't had any openings quite yet. I saw some amazing plays from them. I think it was in game number 1, but it's been unlucky for them going forward. And I just don't know if Fuse is the answer, really. I think that there's a couple other stronger legends, but it's definitely still something viable if you're really good at it.
Yeah, there's still a lot of tech to be explored, and particularly like timing pushes with how his mechanics with nades work, right? Because you can delay nades a lot more with how high you can send them up, or like for air nades. But here's TSM starting to get pinched. The squad's coming up behind them. It's going to be CLG. There's the first knock on Vatro, but TSM have to be careful. They do have, I believe, Applejack's just waiting in the wings over by tree. That's going to be an early thirst onto Vatro. So CLG just running off. You can see how scared they are to like over peek from the tunnel here, understanding that there is going to be a squad up top. So Snipe Down, you're not the one that should be trying to go for that loot. If anyone, there's the scan, and he realizes, yeah, it's too dangerous for him to go out to loot, but Imperial Hell definitely can.
That was funny. You never really know when you're in the thermites or not. He's like, I guess I'm burning right there. But plenty of cells. Hal's going to go and grab those loot. They're like, don't worry, controller guy, I got you. Always putting down the damage, always getting my back. I'll send you the loot for free. They grab the banner, though. Nice little portal throughout all of that. The scan comes back through as well. And it looks like they're going to be safe for now. The only problem that TSM is going to run into is, yeah, they want to go and rotate, but the later the game comes to rotate, the more likely they're going to get focused. So they lost that little opportunity, you know, to kind of make their way through. The problem is the further you make your way through too, the more likely you are to get sandwiched. So this is by far the safest option right now for them, and they're waiting for other teams to make mistakes and gather more information before they make their plays. Turns with the Kobe there, not gonna connect. Splash is playing big time edge right now.
Wondering if this is Liquid on the other side of them. Last we saw them, of course, was
Nice
over
shots.
by Fragment. Defensive bombardment going down. The 30-30 repeater, putting in some decent work for them for now. But it doesn't look like there's going to be any connects. But Splash are trying to slowly bleed out this squad. It is Nocturnal to fall. So Team Liquid now fighting back from a 2v3. And lost out on the mobility of the Octane here as they push up. Bubble goes down as the defensive bombardment comes out from Team Liquid, but doesn't even matter. They just run right past it now. They're trying to fight back with these nades, but they're cornered inside the car for now as the knock comes out onto Flanker. Gibby does fall to Fun, bringing it down to a 1v2, but they've got the man advantage. They'll be able to finish off Team Liquid.
Nicely done. Splash coming through. That's what we want to see from them. Really started with turns and just the angles that he was going with, the 30-30, laying some shots down, defensive bombardment, kind of splitting them up right there too. Gibby just gets that heal off as well. So nice job by all players on Splash, collapsing and taking that high ground and kind of catching them off guard throughout all that. I mean, if you're playing edge, we talked about this, you got to play complete edge. So hats off for Splash for getting the memo there, and we'll see if they can continue to play the edge going forward. But there's still that fight going on in the back. Oh my goodness, what a grenade coming through on the Knights onto Asura as well. A nice job by the Horizon blocking the door, but this team is done for.
Yeah, 303 trying to escape here as they're backing away. You got to be careful. Another team actually showing up throughout all of this as well. So Applejack, 303 all involved in this one, but it's just the Pittsburgh Knights picking up almost every kill throughout all of this. That's the final member of Applejack's going down now as the third-party attempts are coming out, but the Knights are able to quickly recover and back away into the building. A lot of the armor swaps have already been used though. But you can see Bronzy going back to that blue. He should be able to swap back on over to that purple. The third-party attempts have been swatted down, and so they are under no more pressure. Pittsburgh Knights having another good game so far here in game number 4.
Never underestimate Bronzy, but holy cow, Asura with the shots there, just non-stop with the R9, taking all these angles perfectly, laying down the wingman shots, and then you switch on over and you see everybody on the team virtually doing the same thing with the tracking, with the movement, looking so crisp over there, clearing out that building extremely fast, and also the grenades were perfectly placed, just landing so much damage and collapsing on that immediately, giving the enemy team no chance to heal. But tough spot now, got to go and rotate, still into thermal, got to make your way over towards that high ground, most likely going to get layers and layers of gatekeeping.
Yeah, it looks like Cloud9 took over that high ground spot, and that also meant that throughout all the action, TSM were able to move in closer into zone. This one's going to be a blue bin ending on the southwest side of Thermal Station here, as we're on board with G2. They're playing more of that passive position that we saw Applejacks taking in game number 3. They haven't been able to get any kills, but they are getting good damage for their Evo shields right now. Gentrifying, connecting with these Sentinel shots. He still has 20 back, basically in the back pocket, to try and get that red Evo for himself.
This is like one of my least favorite guns to use in scrims, even though it can completely rip, just because first of all, I'm not good at it. Second, I feel bad when I miss shots because it just takes so long to get the next shot going. There it is. Jet's like, I'm not missing, man. Going for the 54 right there, trying to connect even more. But, you know, you're going to run out of ammo eventually. You're going to have to only have that R301. Main thing is, like you said, charging that Evo shield up, continuing to lock these things down. And then remember what Applejacks did. They had the same exact scenario. They locked the top down, and then they have the portal, though. Gentrify is able to actually go down there and make some plays. C9 making some plays. The L-Star from Zach seems to be the favorite going forward, but wow, the spray is ridiculously good.
Wondering if this is TSM that's just ahead of them currently, but Cloud9 at the very least try to establish this position here. We have a jump pad coming in, big cracks, but looks like it was Gentrifying that stole that away with that sniper rifle. So the thirst will come out in just a moment. C9 backing away from that defensive bombardment as well. They're in a really good spot so far. They don't need to really force the issue. It's TSM making a lot of these kills up on the low ground here as they reestablish themselves on the height, making sure that their back is cleared for the time being. So Cloud9, while they do miss out some kills, they have a pretty decent spot to play off of at the very least. Bubble out though. Now they're getting focused by a lot of the teams playing off the platforms.
Have to focus this team directly behind them. This is the most important thing. These fights are pretty crucial. They've been in these moments a handful of times because once you do own this spot, you are having a pretty big advantage because you can continue to move in from the high ground. Naughty takes to the sky to try to avoid the defensive bombardment, but he just gets hit in the air with the scout from Vexlon. Now it's up to Zach and Albrily to make some plays. You can see, unfortunately for Albrily, as soon as he wanted to take an angle, he gets flanked over towards the side, and Renegades is going to come through with the hotness. You can see that was the defensive bombardment from Pow. The shots were perfectly executed as well, and now Rice Krispy Treats coming in with a nicely timed third party. Shots are looking solid as well as Pow Pow is going to eat it. Sona is going to go in on this one, and that's going to be Renegades going down. It's nice to see Rice Krispy Treats getting involved here.
Yeah, really putting themselves on the board now. We have hit the top 11. You can see the focus coming out from all the teams that do have vision. G2 still charging up their red Evo shield on top of that tower. It does seem like they are safe up there, so they can play one more ring up there before they have to commit onto anything. TSM, though, playing off the jungle gym for now, trying to punish this knock onto Hakulo as they push forward. G2 are trying to get any kind of damage. Will they get the re-knock? Imperial Hal took a lot of damage, and there's a knock onto Simp. Zeratricky is the next one to fall. Hakulo, though, remember, he was the one that just got rezzed up. Here's G2, though, looking to come in for the third party, but there's no one here. Everyone's been finished off. TSM get taken out by Charlotte Phoenix. Now G2 put themselves in a really tight spot. Bubble down from Resulta as they're just avoiding a lot of these nades. They'll have the armor swaps, and they desperately need this. That's the big pit stop that G2 needed after playing from this position at the beginning of the game.
What's great is if they really need to, Gentrifying can portal them out here very shortly, and they can get right back on towards the high ground. So they can split this and own a decent amount of real estate while getting a bird's eye view of what Gentrifying can help them out with. So I like that play to keep one guy up top. If you really needed to, you can hit that portal and go and try to save someone if they get knocked, and then you can get all that loot down there while giving yourself an opportunity for some kills. There's Asura on that Tomcat rat cam. Unfortunately for them, it was a tough rotate outside of tree. And now we're going to see what he's going to be able to do because Designful, I believe it was, survived for a little bit as the Octane.
Oh, Charlotte Phoenix coexisting currently inside the circle building here as Kodagami is trying to go for the peaks, but you gotta be careful. He's taking a lot of damage. He's been cracked. Bubbles have been used, but Greek with the flank. The Prowler gets the knock onto Maul. He's on the other side of this one, but Greek gets hit up from behind, and he somehow survives. Golden and the Cheez-It squad are knocked out now. Charlotte Phoenix with full control over the circle building, but this next one, this next ring, gonna prove deadly as it just pulls away essentially from everybody.
G2 locking down the game-winning jungle gym over here. How long can they hold this, though? Because all of the focus is going to be towards this rotation, so a lot of pressure has to get added with 7 squads, 19 players left. You can see where Intel is locking things down. They are going to be able to push in from behind and maybe catch them off guard, but you also have coexisting happening directly below, so this is going to be an extremely tight ending.
Sura with a narrow miss up against Rice Krispy Treats, ended up pushing the jungle gym that he was playing off of. G2 now are turning their focus onto them, but they have to be careful. CLG are in the area. Asura somehow surviving right out in the middle of nowhere here. But you can see the scans going down. People will be able to find that rat very shortly. But the ring, again, pulling away from the circle building. So we have to have Razor moving in from the western side. We had a team playing on the southwest as well. G2 coexisting currently here on their jungle gym. They've got a team below them. I believe that is CLG. And Team Intel are still alive here into the late game.
A lot of options still with Gentrifying. The Wraith proves super useful in all of these little instances when you talk about wanting to give yourself angles, needing to queue out from grenades, buying time with Resulta's bubble as well. They need to just fast this out until this zone moves. They may need to consider throwing that bubble now. The problem is if they throw the bubble, they're not going to be able to survive any defensive bombardments. So nice job getting on out of there. They need to wait and be really disciplined with this one. Nice job by Resulta not throwing that exactly what I said, because that was going to be a bad call. I thought they were going to just completely full send on that, but again, you have to save your resources until the last second here. If you survive on top of this jungle gym, you're most likely going to win the game.
They also griefed the jump pad from the other side, so now they have to hoof it. So they're essentially forcing this squad, Rice Krispies, to just move in onto the low ground up against CLG. Defensive bombardment has been used, and there's the great bubble timing out from Resulta. Gentra finds himself on the outside. He's got a bat. He's going to be fine for now. It does seem like Rockstar are on their last legs as Kim Chi Lee does get finished off. Charlotte Phoenix now down to just Greek left alive in this corner here. CLG finishing off the rest of his teammates. So we got 2 rats still alive, I believe. It's going to be Greek and Asura trying to survive for the late game.
Oh, may not survive very long now that scan comes through. Going for the heartbeat through the wall as well. Intel's been big chilling in the back. This is very well played. They have barrels set up the entire time. He's going to be able to grab and continue to advance those as well. Big problem is getting over towards where G2 is. So will G2 continue to focus them? And then when G2 focuses Intel, will another team make their play?
Asura takes out the other rat. There can be only one right now. We do have Intel putting some focus onto G2. Currently another defensive bombardment, but this time around, Resulta again will have all 3 members inside.
What?
Nate's getting snuck in though from beneath them as a kidnap attempt comes out from CLG, but they get punished. G2 on the quick swivel there, but they cannot punish CLG
Sneaky.
for this quite yet.
CLG with the sneaky plays there, but they're like, hey, we got some grenades of our own. They went for a crazy inside the bubble from the bottom grenade into a kidnap play. Oh, man, was that a collateral? It looked like a collateral there coming in for Resulta.
A lot of damage going across the CLG, only left to Nano now. Team Intel picking up a lot of kills here. G2 still alive as a full 3. The final 4 squads remaining. It's a 3v3v2v2, I want to say, at this point. And now, no, it's going to be just some rats remaining. G2 going for the full send onto Team Intel, but they're fighting into the barrels. The connect onto Resulta. The Arcstar will finish him off as he falls, but Designful and Gentrifying are still up. Intel get knocked out, and now it's just Nano who was able to rat this one out. Secures top 2 for CLG as G2 now are about to take the win here in game number 4.
There it is. Nicely done. I mean, you can't get much better than that. He's going to have to portal right back, and he's actually going to end up dying to the zone. But wow, what a job by G2. I mean, the portal plays, the Octane jump pad. I'm so glad that they're not playing Bloodhound anymore because they don't need Bloodhound. They need aggressive plays like that. They need options. The portal was not the play. The bounce pad was definitely the play, going into the bubble. And then when he gets stuck, he avoids his teammates. That's the most important part through all that. Great execution from G2. And we talked about winning your home court advantages. They win that thermal station zone.
Yeah, big adjustments coming out from G2, especially when we had basically 2 thermal stations endings back to back there. So great adjustments coming out from them. They get the win in that last game. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 5 after this.
Hey, what's up? My name is Mamba, and I'm about to try the wild berry flavored splash water bottle. It's got a good kick. I like it. It's definitely the best one. You guys should definitely try it out. If you guys ever thirsty, want to try a new drink, I recommend Splash. It's a really good drink. Just head over to walmart.com/esportsarena. I play Apex for Team Splash, and you're watching Splash Week.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeso here inside of Studio Blue in the beautiful Esports Arena HQ in sunny Irvine, California. Game number 4 all done, and G2 continue to do what they do best, and it's frag out and win games as they take game number 4 here. Let's check out our player of the game here for G2, and it's going to be Gentrifying. Big game from him, 5 kills and an assist and over 1,600 damage. Big game here for G2, and I've talked about it multiple times. They have won now 4 of the Pro Nights this season. They dominated at the start and won the first 3 in a row. And this is a squad that I truly believe is one of the best in the world. I cannot wait to see this team competing in the ALGS Pro League, and I think they are going to certainly be a contender when we get to the championships next summer. It's certainly going to be an exciting year to be a G2 Apex Legends fan. Do also want to take a look here. My big stat man upstairs, Sam, may have put together a comparison of our top 2 squads here so far. So if we do have that, we'll pull that up. But really, just G2, incredible night tonight. And now it's a really tough spot here for the partnered squads. As you can see right now, our top 2 are the Pittsburgh Knights and G2. Average placements both 6 or less, tied in kills at 27, and with a couple of top 2 finishes. So this is an incredibly close fight between these 2 squads, getting into the late game consistently, fragging very well through 4 games, and this is setting up for a very fun finish to the day. We have 2 more games ahead of us here, and the Knights really trying to put their names on the board. They've also won a Pro Night this season, and they're looking to be a contender here with G2 tonight. So 2 more games. We'll have to see how things shake out. Do want to let you know, if you want to grab some Esports Arena swag, head over to shop.esportsarena.com today. You can use promo code SPLASH15 all this week to get 15% off your order. That's shop.esportsarena.com. Use promo code SPLASH15. We're going to a break. When we come back, we get ready for game number 5 as we look to close out Splash Week.
Hey, what's up? My name is Turns, and I'm about to try the pineapple mango flavored splash. That's really good. It like has the perfect amount of like pineapple and mango. I would definitely recommend pineapple mango, but all their flavors are amazing. If you're ever thirsty while gaming or want to try a new drink, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and grab yourself some Splash. I play Apex Legends for Team Splash, and you're watching Splash Week.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep. Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3 layers.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E as we are getting ready to head into game number 5. But in game number 4, it was G2 Esports that took the win. Now, they've been atop the leaderboard for most of the evening, and with this win, they might be able to propel themselves into first place. So let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see where they stand after that game 4 victory. And they do put themselves into first place, 49 points overall, but the Pittsburgh Knights are keeping pace currently, only 4 points off there in second place.
It's really impressive to watch how G2 Esports conducts how they go about things, and the fact that they've gotten 2 thermal station zones. If you said that to them beforehand, they'd say we want to be in first place, right? Not only that, they're executing these zones that are moving up towards the north very well as well. But Knights is right there. Sur's playing phenomenal. Renegades is doing amazing. TSM, if they didn't get kind of confused over towards the Harvester side and unlucky and griefed, whatever you want to call it, on that third party, Knights was the team that did that to them. So it's obvious that we have 4 standouts right now, and Team Cheez-Its trying to be that team that's avoiding relegation as well. As we take a look at our mobile and high performance moment from the previous game, most likely a G2 moment.
Yeah, it was super important for them, but this is what you were talking about, having the extra movement, not the teleport, but this time around, it's going to be that jump pad straight into Team Intel, which for all intents and purposes, it looked like Team Intel could have actually won this one out, but G2 just executed so cleanly there, only losing out on Resulta. Like you mentioned, Tom, did a great job of just making sure he doesn't grief his own team with that Arcstar stick. And with the final 2v1, they'll be able to secure this win. So it was a big game for them. This is the dub that put them on top of the leaderboard overall. And what a great way to finish that one off.
The bounce pad was really well placed. The timing was really well placed as well in terms of directly on the edge of the zone, and then flying and hitting your shots is the most important thing. If you're not hitting all your shots throughout all of this, it's not easy to do. You're fighting through the caustic gas. You're slowed down a little bit. It's hard to see, but they're still right there hitting their shots. And people talk about aim assists and aim assist this, aim assist that. Well, you don't get aim assists through the caustic smoke, y'all. So these players are on point in terms of the way that they're aiming and the way that they're thinking. There's so much thought process that goes into this, and that's why G2, they've been a team for so long. They're really confident in terms of the way that they skirmish. And again, if you told them there was going to be 2 zones out of 4 that end at thermal station, they'd want to win those. They'd want to be in first place right now, and you'd be surprised if they weren't. Just like if it was a fragment zone, twice out of 4 games, you'd expect TSM to be over towards the top.
Yeah, and an important thing to note that one characteristic that this clip doesn't show was that the setup leading up to this rotation for them, right? They had multiple teams in the area, but just beforehand, they ended up griefing a jump pad that was going to be used to actually be pushed onto them. So it's not just about, of course, finishing off here, but also just making sure you have full control of the battlefield around you. And they did that extremely well once they had to drop down onto the jungle gym position. But here we go, checking in with the Mobile One leaderboard, the overall cumulative leaderboard. You can see now Team Cheez-It, with their performance so far today with 2 games left to go, have cut that lead that Splash had. Remember, it was a 29-point lead at the beginning of the day. Now it's an 11-point lead. Pop-Tarts, though, are slowly pulling away from Splash, giving themselves a nice little buffer, but now they really do have to worry about Team Cheez-It in the coming weeks when it comes down to that 4th place position on the overall leaderboard.
And because they rotated so well with the Valkyrie ultimate in the game that they won, that's why, imagine if they were sitting at 5-15 right now, or maybe like 5-17. That is scary to think about with 2 teams that close on your tail. So it's real. We're one or two games away, and we have 1 or 2 games left just in tonight, and we'll see if one of these guys can catch up to Team Pop-Tarts, because it is completely possible. Cheez-It's playing really well, and I really think that Splash, they just need to get some confidence going. They need to, find their footing underneath them, because right now it's looking a little wishy-washy for them. I haven't been able to keep track of when they've died and how they're dying, but they're, looking good in terms of their skirmishes. I'm just not seeing them in solid positions like we've seen other teams put themselves in.
And here we go, heading into game number 5. G2 currently are leaders by 4 points. The Knights have been having a great night as well, down by 4 points and 45 in second place. And it's G2, of course, just getting the free loot over here at Thermal Station. We haven't taken a look at the ring quite yet, but it will be revealing itself in just another second. Yeah, if it's another thermal one, that would be absolutely insane.
That's free money for G2, basically, if it is. But fortunately, it goes over towards Fragment, and we kind of spoke that into existence, right? Pop-Tarts is going to be loving this one because they land Overlook. You could possibly go and play wherever you want if you're TSM or if you're Team Pop-Tarts, and then you're going to see the rotations coming in from Geyser here fairly quickly. Lava City is going to be easy to get into as well. And then you see where Cheez-It is, they're going to be able to get into a position that's fairly favorable as well. So it's going to be a fun zone to watch. The Caustics are going to thrive in here. I'm most interested to see how TSM plays this one. I think that they are most likely going to do the opposite of what they did last week and lock themselves inside of one of the priority buildings.
Here's that fight once again, 50-50 between Xset and CLG at Harvester. Xset are trying to lurk for this initial contact, and they have not been spotted out quite yet. You can see on the other side through the X-ray that CLG are also wary as well, but they're the ones that are continuing to loot throughout all of this. Xset not wanting to make any noise whatsoever, have not given away their spot quite yet until they go for that scan, and so they're going to clear out these barrels as they move forward. CLG regrouping right now. They're the ones that are split, so Xset can find themselves with a number advantage, but it's a minute 45. You just have to actually get out of here. There's no longer time to try and commit to a fight.
Definitely not. And it's just, Harvester is a tough spot when you do 50-50 no matter what, because you're just so stranded on the loot. I think Xset is more interested in focusing on their team fighting and kind of imposing their will onto CLG, but CLG's got the memo and they kind of have a feeling where the zone's going. So they're going to dip on out of there. And if both of these teams knew where the zone was going, they'd be like, why couldn't we just, make a mutual agreement and go there together?
The difficulty for this one, though, I don't know exactly what CLG were able to pick up in terms of the armor situation, is that they're going to be rotating right into Landslide, where Razor have been able to take a lot of teamfight wins playing off that position, and they're going to rotate right in on them. It looks like they will avoid the the tunnel for now, as another squad is coming in from the staging side, but Bird gets shot up from behind, so they're putting themselves in the middle of a sandwich. Big shots, but Bird, he's gonna get connected on by that thermite. He's just gonna bleed out there. It's gonna be Era that move in for this one, and everyone is just collapsing on them. Era will just easily wipe out CLG. Do Xset try to get aggressive onto this and come in for the third party? Doesn't seem like the fight lasted long enough to give anyone confidence for the third party. You do see Razor, they're keeping an eye on it, and they do have control over the tunnel for now. But Era should be aware of Razor coming in.
Oh, it's been discovered, guys. You're gonna have to back off. I'm interested in why they're not in the flying drone there, maybe setting up some sort of EMP, and also seeing what was going on the outside. But Iron Man Simp's gonna back off from that one. They're gonna try to reset. Curious what Hackil is going to do too. R301 flatline with the gold armor. I believe Razor had a gold bag last game too, when it ended over towards the thermal side. But yeah, this is going to be another tough rotation for them. They're going to have to play the edge, and it's going to be a typical Razor game. I like how they play this one. This is, I like how they play just in general. It's just different seeing them play crypto.
Yeah, on board with Pringles, though, as it looks like they were able to cut off Cloud9, who drop over at Climatizer, so they would have priority to try and get a spot over here at Overlook. But we've seen Pringles, of course, making adjustments on the Pro Night, going over towards Survey Camp. I guess they were able to balloon their way over here and get a priority position for this ring. This ring is pulling down over towards Fragment East and No Name, so eventually they'll want to rotate down that way. You can see teams being set up on the high ground across the ways. That might be TSM that are playing up there. This is a very difficult ring to play when you get the center zone. So for now, Team Pringles, though, will just take a neutral position away from a lot of the action, as they do have the blue armors. They have the range weapons to try and evolve these up. And so this is TSM's game plan now. They are trying to run the edges. They're trying to gatekeep the squad coming out from the south.
Okay, so they are doing what they did last week. I thought with this type of zone that they were going to slow things down and kind of set up, but they're looking to skirmish. They're trying to take this opportunity to take some team fights and work together as a team, but they could have easily just set up and picked a center zone spot and slowed things down, but that just isn't in their composition, and they're so good at taking fights, you might as well go for it. So I like this call. It sometimes works out, sometimes doesn't, but when it does, you get a huge reward. And you also just get that practice in, and that's what it's all about for players and teams like TSM and Imperial Hell. Now, wow, Alvarez getting sent on by turns. Immediate knocks coming through onto Zach as well, and now Naughty's going to be finished. Splash coming through with their second big team fight in the last 2 games. They took down, I believe it was Team Liquid beforehand.
Yeah, port was set up by Malice Mamba just in case as well. Turns dropping down that armor so he doesn't have to go for a risky armor pickup there. So Turns ever the dude for his squad. And so with Cloud9 out early, that's going to alleviate a lot of the pressure on this north side. So Pringles will keep, of course, an eye on that. Phony stole away one of those kills actually from range, and it does seem like there might be someone over on the overlook side, 303, challenging Team Pringles for that. So that might be the next fight. We'll have to keep an eye on that for now. A lot of teams trying to scramble now here on the southern side, which is why you can see TSM, with the priority on the rotate, decide to play off the chokes. They want to find these kill points here in games number 5 and 6.
Or TSM has an idea of where this zone's going to pull moving into zone number 3. It could be some sort of unorthodox pull that we don't know about. And TSM's in a perfect spot if that's the case, where they can get kills and play the middle of the zone. But it looks like there is a fight happening. Knights is involved. It looks like Charlotte Phoenix is involved in a fight as well. And then XSET's on top of another team too.
Yeah, XSET's about to get sandwiched by multiple teams. It's Era that's playing off of Harvester right now. As big connects come out from Tech, and he instantly makes the call. They're going to send it right into the bubble. They've got the EVA 8 out, hits for Flesh. That Stink going down first. Instantly answered back by Kodagami, though it's still a 2v2. But Bowser gives him the man advantage. They push forward. They'll get the next knock onto Kodagami. There's just one left now for Charlotte Phoenix. But with the jump pad already being used, they're not going to be able to get their man back to safety quite yet. He does have this corner at the very least to try and get the res. So Tech will get brought back. I love how quickly they set up the defense as well. Stunning, making sure their back is cleared throughout all of this. Era survived. They pick up the kill points, and it looks like Greek will get finished off. We're now down to 17 squads remaining. Now there's another team showing up. Stunning takes a lot of damage, but he will be able to safely back away with his squad.
I like how Tech realized once he's taken that bounce pad, take out that EVA 8. When you're in the air there, it's so much easier to get inside that bubble and land the shots immediately. No reason to go and have any other weapon out in that type of instance. So nice job. Everything was basically perfect. And again, the most impressive thing, like you said, the reset. Suddy watching the back, Bowser with the defensive bombardment, the res coming through as well. And now they even go and double check their back to make sure if anyone's coming over there and trying to set something up sneaky. So well executed from Era, and they're not done yet, as we do have multiple fights happening on the map, though. You can see Pringles trying to make their way back from where they were. They've advanced a little bit more, focusing on this tunnel now. It looks like they are seriously interested in pushing this.
Yeah, they are backing 303 all the way up into the tunnels. They might actually separate themselves. They've got to be careful as they make their way on in, but they do safely back away. This does leave them in a sandwich, though. As you can see, Intel are coming up the rear. They see these kills. They know exactly who's in the area as well. So they'll be able to come in for the third party. Defensive bombardment has been used. You gotta imagine by 303 trying to delay this push. You have a huge HP advantage on the other side for Team Pringles. Thermite just closing off that door for now, but that's a nice connect out from Phony. Realizing one person has backed away, there's two forward, and there's the aggressive bubble being used by Pringles. They are forcing them into Intel right now. You can see Intel are setting up on the lower side of this tunnel, currently backing up 303, avoiding a lot of these nades, going for a cheeky peek with that EVA 8, and he gets the armor connect onto that white now. Pringles, though, have to back off as that Horizon Ultimate came in and got instantly cleared. So Fury is forced to bat up for now as Scissors is putting in work on the front line.
Scissors taking some good head glitches. Just watch how these players maneuver from one head glitch to another, more cover to the next. And now Intel is setting up an ambush over towards the side. Nox gas grenade coming through, as well as the Arc Stars skill cakes, looking for some serious damage, but instead of getting the kills, he just pushed the other team away. Maybe if he would have tossed that a little bit further, he could have forced them all back towards them, but it looked like he had an opportunity for a ton of kills from his point of view.
Yeah, it was just way too shallow there. I definitely agree with you. He could definitely cut off Team Pringles there, but not seeing the trades, you know, it still becomes a very scary situation, even if you've got that lurk. So they at least secure this loot. They've got ultimate excels going down for Skittle Cakes, so they didn't lose out on much throughout all of that. They just went for the attempt. Another team might be showing up behind them. No, actually, that's a barrel. I got bamboozled by that one. But now, going to be Team Intel having to contend against Team Pringles, who are really happy with this. But oh my goodness, Scissors gets melted by Verholz. The Volt at the perfect range there. I don't even think they're going to be able to recover, and the Thirst is instantly coming out. He only had a white knockdown shield, too. So Team Pringles losing out on one, and there's no way they're going to be able to recover this banner.
Mouse and keyboard is so strong, gotta nerf it.
That was like ridiculous tracking right there from Verholz. It was on point. You saw how they were just so cocky to come back and take that fight. And then he just shuts him down real quick, real quick. That was 0 to 100 status. Very impressive from Verholz. And he's charging that up to purple armor now. So now they're feeling good about the situation. Like you said in the previous game, Jamerson, they had everything on lock. I loved how they played the backside of Thermal Station, and they had all the caustic traps set up, but G2 was just too strong in that skirmish, and now Intel is trying to bounce back with another solid game here in game number 5. It's going to be, let's take a look at the zone. I'm really interested in see what round number 3 brings for us so we can see where these teams are going to set up.
So yeah, we know that this one did go down towards that no-name side, and it will go ahead and continue to favor no-name and that choke. So TSM definitely knew what was up, playing that geyser choke early on with their priority rotate. Intel are just going to back away here, go ahead and pick up some more loot that was left behind, of course. Applejacks, though, just north of Lava Siphon right now. They are getting challenged as Oso Rated R is going to be forced to bat up here. They've got a squad just to their west as they get scanned, scanning back just in case as well. So multiple teams actually in the area. So very scary standoff, but for Applejacks, it's about trying to gatekeep these teams. You can see at that respawn building just behind them, that squad is looking to just pounce on them. They're gonna have to move up as well. That building is not in, so Applejacks are the ones that need to defend up against this wave and wave of multiple squads moving through the south side.
The problem is Kubski's loot is kind of buns, so he has to hit some good longbow shots here. Otherwise, he's in a tough situation. Gibby always wants to have, yeah, you want to have that sniper rifle, but you also want to have a shotgun here. Volt, not that bad. Longbow, yeah, not that bad, but the attachments are looking kind of bleak, and also the way that he's stuck inside the building here, the 6x is fairly difficult to use. So are they going to give him the 3x? I like that call. That's a big change there.
Yeah, he's got the 3x along with that 1x right now. It's Renegades, the other squad, involved in this three-way kind of standoff. You got Renegades playing a lot of these buildings, actually, having both the Dorito building and this big one, but they have to be worried about Era, I believe, that's behind them right now. Good job from Pau keeping them in check, but he does give up that position. You can see so many squads in the area right now. They've made their way into the first floor of that building, so a lot of the ground is being taken away from them. Pau just making sure that their back is cleared. Dax will have a scan just in time as the zone starts closing in behind them as well. Cheeky peek position out from Saucer, but he doesn't get much else going here. But he does keep an eye on that window, and you can see that gatekeep position. Another squad playing on top of the hill right now. This is very tricky, as we see on the kill feed. Liquid take out Team Razor.
Unfortunate for Team Razor, but good for Liquid because they've been kind of having a slow day today. So they're going to get some steam rolling going and hopefully snowball this one. Coexisting inside the buildings for Renegades has to be so annoying here, because if you would just get these two teams to fight, that's a lot of kills going in your pocket over here. Just take a look at the flying map and seeing exactly where these teams are setting up. Nice spray, good burst coming in from Saucer. I like how he's being disciplined as well by not over peeking and continuing to jump while he's healing. This is going to be over if they just had a couple of grenades. We'll see if Renegades has any utility.
Yeah, the scans, though, giving them information. They know that there's two teams involved in this one. I'm surprised that Saucer is being as ballsy as he is, but they're stuck in this position. They've got Knights playing the top choke on top of that hill right now, and so their best bet here is just to try and get as many kill points as possible. Intel, though, finding themselves in a fight in no name right now. They've traded 1 for 1. We'll see if they can recover Skittle Cakes. They're trying to go for that bubble res, and they will actually get him up safely enough. No, he gets peeked, but he survives. There's the re-knock out from Z Davis as the Nox Gas grenade will be used by Skittle Cakes. He falls to Mooney, and Pop Tarts are looking to close this one out, but it's going to be down to a 1v1 now. Z Davis goes for the peek, and he takes out Verholz. RKT showing up for the third party, though. Now Team Pop Tarts are about to go down. That's Z Davis falling. RKT now will have a free rotate in, unless TSM have something to say about it. They've moved in for the third party.
The TSM coming through, taking the roof, but running out of ammo as Hal always does. Good grenade coming in behind the bids. That's going to push them back. And then an opportunity for Snipedown to kind of push up. The scan is going to make Snipedown have to back off just temporarily. We'll see if Snipedown is going to hit a scan of his own. Crazy flank coming in, and a prize takes a decent amount of damage. This player is absolutely nuts for pushing it onto Snipedown like that, and they're going to completely punish that play. I'm not sure if that was the move there. Hal's going to take that kill for free.
Yeah, RKT were just stuck in a sandwich. We got Nestle Splash coming up behind them right now. Hal, you've only got 9 ammo. You need to go and find a gun to swap off onto right now, especially with the zone closing up in about 10 seconds. They need to reestablish that position that they had beforehand, which was that top choke. And with a lot of the teams killed over here on the no-name side, they should be safe to do so. He does get some additional light ammo, but really not enough to close out this game, so they're going to have to be very patient with their shots later on. But TSM, they do at least secure a few kills here. They'll be able to regain this position on the high ground. Now they're going to try and play for these kills. Great spray coming out from Hal, getting the mid-air. They will have to contend with it as well. It looks like Pittsburgh Knights have moved into the blue bin position.
Heads up play there from Hal to get rid of that jump pad. It all comes down to being that last team here on the edge and continuing to add pressure. So that's why Hal is going to just lay down as much cover as possible and then slowly move in with this circle. Jump pad is down. Looks like they want to go and just brawl inside here because they see the team is healing. Psycho plays coming in from Hal, but that's what you want to see. They also have the next bubble from Reprise if they need to use it, and they do. Armor swaps are there. Grenades not going to make it inside the bubble. And now the defensive bombardment is coming down, though. So heads up play by Hal. He's going to back off. Going to have to relay that to his team because the block is hot over here. The zone has moved as well. 17 players left, and Knights is locking down this choke very nicely.
Yeah, they still have one more team behind them. It's going to be a full squad as well. They've got a minute to try and work this right now, but their focus is about the teams moving in on their position. G2 are in the area. Liquid are in the area. Nocturnal gets taken out instantly and thirsted, but there it is. Renegades coming in with the flank, and you can see why quickly these positions can go from a strength to a weakness. The Knights slowly getting picked apart. Renegades do go down, losing out on one. Vaxlon still trying to stay alive, but Saucer gets cleaned up. TSM coming in for the third party now as the Knights do go down. It's TSM finally activating themselves in the late game. G2 on the other side of this one, forcing TSM to push out onto the low. Vaxlon takes out Imperial. Hal Breezy will fall as well. Vaxlon is putting in work, and TSM get knocked out, but here comes G2 to get the back-to-back. Left in a 3v1 once again. G2 will be able to finish it off, get a second win. They were already our leaders, and now they will propel themselves into a comfortable lead going into the final game of the evening.
Just like they propelled the last two players in the wins into the zone and just made it a zero chance from the rest of the players to go in there. I mean, TSM, I thought that they were going to pull this one off. Unfortunately, that head glitch over towards the rock was a little bit too much, and they had too much to focus on as everybody started to pinch in. But that is a really exciting game from TSM's point of view for the fact that you could see where they came from in the fragment side. And that's like the level of gameplay that they're on right now. They understand where to rotate from, where they're going to be able to get the most kills, and how to maximize their opportunity. But hats off to G2 for the back-to-back.
Yeah, G2 are about to maybe have another repeat performance of their win last week and the week beforehand. We're going to find out after the break, though. We have one game left to go, and you're not going to want to miss it. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, it's I'm just Gibby, and whether it's in-game
That choke point closer to Geyser. The fight going down over to the side. The Eva 8 from just Gibby.
or out of game, I hit all my shots. If you guys are ever looking for the latest gear or drinks, head over to walmart.com/esports arena. I play Apex Legends for Team Splash, and this is Splash Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Another game to G2 as they build on their lead at the top of the Mobile 1 leaderboard. Welcome back, everybody. Yeso here once again, and Game 5 goes to G2, and it looks like they may be set up to win their 5th Pro Night of this season. They have been incredible so far during Season 3, and they're looking to carry these kinds of performances into the coming ALGS season. Let's check out our player of the game here for game number 5, and it's going to go back to Gentrifying. 3 kills and an assist, almost 1,200 damage in this game. So interestingly enough, I think we had a game from G2 earlier this season where they had over 20 kills, and we aren't seeing that consistently, and so lower kill games for G2, but they just continue to do what they do best. They get into these late circles, they win those clutch fights when they matter, and they put points up on the board. So well done from G2. Now, obviously, Knights were right on their heels going into the 5th game and should be still relatively close as Knights got into those later circles. So it will still be a battle in this final game, and there's an opportunity for the Knights to try and jump over G2 and grab that first place spot, but it does set us up for a very interesting finish to the day. I do want to remind you guys one more time, get in on our Splash giveaway. We've got this awesome prize pack, including a wireless speaker and a portable battery pack. So use !giveaway to get all the info you need for that. We're going to another break, but when we come back, we'll have our final game of the day here for Splash Week on deck.
Hey, what's up? I'm Mamba, and I hit my shots.
Throwing them in, they should be able to get the knock very shortly here. Smileless Mamba using the passive from that.
It's like I hit my water bottle flips. All right, this is how I do it. Oh! All right, that's the one. That's the one. That's gotta be the one. You guys ever thirsty? Want to try a new drink? I recommend Splash. It's a really good drink. Just head over to walmart.com/esportsarena. I play Apex for Team Splash, and you're watching Splash Week.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true slide trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the brakes. I'm talking one chance that was so close for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
It's refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top flavored Smash.
It's fruit freshin'.
Cheese it, snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies treats. A little love.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Gonna take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Gonna take them on the go. It's Jumbo. It's your snack. It's Jumbo Snacks.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. Just before the half, we had, of course, Team G2 Esports taking a back-to-back victory there. They were already in the lead in the standings, so let's check in with the Mobile One leaderboard now to see what kind of lead they have going into the final game of the evening here at Series E. Now, they had a 4-point lead, but with a win and a good number of kills, it should have ballooned up quite a bit. We'll see if any team have an opportunity to try and put a stop to them.
It was all about the way that they've been playing all day, though. They started to show that they're moving at an extremely fast pace, and they're also going to take their time doing things in terms of when the zone moves up towards the north. They realized they couldn't go and take a disadvantage fight going up against Renegade, so they made a long rotate, came behind them, hit the bounce pad going up on top of the Fragment West to Epicenter hill, and then just, basically caught everybody off guard and showed that they were here to play today. And they showed multiple facets of their game. Yes, numerous thermal station zones, but we've seen so many different great things for them over these past 5 games.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard now to see how much of a lead they have heading into the final game of the day. And it's not that large of a lead that they currently hold over Team Renegades. It's a 14-point lead for G2 Esports, who find themselves in first place. Renegades in second place, and they have the Pittsburgh Knights right underneath them with TSM as well. And so we have a 4-horse race basically for first place. Now G2 just need to stick the landing here in the final game to secure the win.
They also need to remember that let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment as we go over this, but they have to also remember that there's 50-50s happening between these other teams too. So Knights are ready to capitalize that over towards the Harvester side. TSM is able to capitalize on that over towards the Harvester side. So there's going to be a lot of stuff going on. This was so unfortunate here for Bronzy. If he would have tossed this defensive bombardment just a little bit more shallow towards his feet, this fight would have went their way. But look at the way that they were able to hit the bounce pad, come up over towards the top. The shots were really on point for Vaxlon. This wasn't an easy push for Renegades to make. Very rarely do you even get up top of that hill the entire time. But then they go and take this head glitch over here, which is catching TSM off guard because the pinch is coming from G2 on the other side. So a lot of stuff happened in this Mobile One high performance moment, but none of it really went the way that TSM was hoping for. They played that so well up to this point. If they could have just got Renegades out of there, things would have been so much differently, and we would have had a straight up 3v3 going up against G2.
Yeah, and a few kill points missed out from TSM there, ultimately Designful finishing off Snipedown just in the nick of time. And so that cuts the lead that they were really having to worry about. And so now it's all about G2 with a fairly comfortable lead. Again, they just need a top finish with a few kill points as well. They basically walk away with the win again this week. But they have their work cut out for them. Like we said, Pittsburgh Knights have been doing amazing things all night along with the Renegades. And now as we head into the final game of the evening, we'll be checking in with G2 once again down there on the southwest side of the map at Thermal Station.
See how much time we have to check in on G2 because we have XSET and CLG just not giving up over towards that Harvester side. The fights have been, 50-50, but it's also been 50-50 in terms of how fast and slow they've been going. Last time it was a runaway strategy coming in, and this time it seems to be a more head-on approach.
Yeah, they're meeting right in the middle of Harvester right now. XSET still sitting on the white armors, but you got the Evo just checking that angle No real connects there, as Clayton's already taken a lot of damage. He hasn't been afforded the time to heal up either, as he's looking to try and back away a bit. So this time around, it's going to be Xset that turn tail and just run away from this one, as they're the ones that are going to be running towards basically that tunnel side where CLG ended up getting ambushed. No, it's a turnaround now coming out from Xset as they want to try and take this 50-50 once more up against CLG.
Pretty common in the final game to see things get a little bit more aggressive. Now we have a similar circle. It's going to be more central. Interested to see again how TSM plays this one. This is really, really good for Cheez It though, because Cheez It, if they could avoid having a big game from say Splash or Pop-Tarts and put up some points, that's going to go really well into the next week and give them confidence to try to catch up and take over that 4th place away from Team Pop-Tarts. But Pop-Tarts, we know that they're over towards that Overlook side. They're not too far from where this zone is either, and Z Davis is already hitting the scans over towards No Name.
Yeah, so they'll have information. They'll have priority to hold down a building, but you really want to try and take an early building up against squads like TSM. Cloud9 also will be hovering around in that area coming from Climatizer. Xset are dead set on taking this fight up against CLG. The barrels are already getting set up for them, though. Now, with how long this has been taking, we're hitting that time where the rotations are going to start coming in. So they have to start worrying about the squads coming from the south side. So Renegades will start moseying their way through. Pittsburgh Knights as well will be quite possibly coming over from the Lava Siphon side. So Xset, they cannot hard tunnel on CLG right now to their north. They need to watch their back.
That's fine. I mean, look at how much loot they have and look how awesome their shields are. I'm sure they're stacked with like 6 batteries, like 20 cells, 5 med kits, and you know, everything that they need. Now they're in complete shambles and they're gonna have to fall back and look for more loot on the way, because one of them's running out of ammo and then the other 2 are basically on the verge of running out of heals. So all that time just completely wasted. It's tough. Harvester is such a tough spot to 50-50. I'm shocked that these teams continue to do it all day.
Yeah, here's Pop-Tarts, though, as they're making a balloon rotate into No Name for now. Their armor's not looking great. They've got the blues along with the whites. So they need to set up in a position where they can just poke away with long-range weapons to try and get themselves into the late game here. They're not going to have too many other opportunities at this point in the game to try and get more loot. So they need to find some more ammo. As you can see, the Wingman only has 100 ammo there, as Renegades are starting to make their rotation all the way from Tree. They've made their way through Harvester, somehow avoiding a lot of the backlog that was there. And they're now getting their eyes set on buildings inside Fragment East.
Feel like they could have rotated a little bit faster on the Pop-Tart side. I wonder if they're going to get punished for that, because now look at all the teams that are flooding in and they're going to start taking buildings. And depending on how far west this goes, you may run into a difficult situation. But we've seen phenomenal plays from teams like Intel with the Valkyrie outplays that you could do in different types of situations. That is a death cross right there. Always going across this bridge or these train tracks, excuse me, are extremely tough. There's not a lot of cover there, as a couple of knocks are going to come through. Finicky finds a knock, Lion finds a kill and finish there to help them out as well, and Saucer gets knocked and finished as well.
Yeah, Bowser with the longbow coming from what looked like it was construction over at Frag West. So Renegades now have to kind of reestablish themselves, get Saucer back in. Now they can go for the no-name res. I think it would be much safer for them to try to go for Geyser, but there's a squad up there. They spotted them out. Need to try and backtrack, maybe go through Harvester, go all the way to the south, and go all the way back over towards Geyser. If they want to, they have the opportunity, of course, to maybe even go over to Lava Siphon for this res.
Never know if Saucer is like, you know what? I got longbow across the map and thirsted. Where were you guys? I quit. Don't even res me, all right? I'm going to eat, some mac and cheese or something like that. I feel like that'd be the play at that point, because you're trying to get this rotation. You're also trying to hold this choke and find some kills. But what a random way to be taken out right there. You could even potentially lagged out. You never really know. As Pringle's setting up over towards this top epicenter side. This is a pretty solid spot to lock down. We know that it's going to continue to pull over towards that fragment side. So you're giving yourself an opportunity to get some kills on players that are going to be pushing up over towards this high ground on you. And then you could eventually move down on anything that is a third party opportunity if teams do want to get crazy and start fighting in the fragment side. Very rarely do you see teams, take fights until later on when they need to actually coexist in the buildings.
Yeah, it looked like we had a Valkyrie rotate coming out from a squad that was stuck inside Fragment, trying to make their way over to Fragment West instead. But for Team Pringles, it's all about slow playing this on the high ground. They have 3 blue armors, and they have the charge rifle in the hands of Phony. So he should be able to put in the work for them. There we go. Hits the 62. One more good shot away from getting a purple, at least one purple for Team Pringles. Now, are there any teams coming up behind them is the big worry. Scissors is making sure that he's keeping an eye on their back, but it seems like most squads have found a home inside Fragment. As we check on board with 303, one of the squads trying to make their way into Fragment East right now, but they're being held up by a squad that's playing off the roof on the diner building. 303, though, are in a pretty good spot right now. They've got double purple armors and only the blue on their horizon, but their ammo situation is what's looking a little bit dicey, except finding themselves in a fight right now. They've got a team stuck inside this building here. Thermites try and grief that door, but Klein takes a lot of damage for it. Does make it down to the low ground, the safety of his squad, but they forced out that Wraith Q. Vaxlon goes for the peek by himself, and he gets punished. Renegades were trying to hit the res here. Now Applejack's coming in for the third party. Saucer picking up a number of knocks, but Applejacks will be able to finish off Exet. Renegades still trying to scramble to survive, but Applejacks want to pick up his last kills.
Bubble that. Just bubble this easily, be able to get this loot and not worry about your back. But he just wasn't interested in throwing the bubble. But either way, nice job. Applejack's coming through with some kills, and we've seen them kind of step it up over the last couple weeks. They are not out of this in terms of potentially placing top 4 if they can just get things going. Kubsky again, remember, on Flashpoint, best average placings in all of the ALGS, is able to put his team in winning positions. Obviously a different team, different meta here, and a different time, but Liquid now, they've had a very slow day today. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. They're also going to have to be playing the edge big time.
Yeah, it does seem like they do have the beacon here to play off of, and so they're just hovering around on neutral state to try and get that information. Defensive bombardment, I heard, going down, surprisingly enough, but it does seem like that one's a bit more off in the distance. So just primarily contending with a team that's playing on the train platform, and that is Cloud9 on the other side of this one.
This is a scary Gibby, though. I mean, look at the ammo, Jamerson. That turbocharged Devotion is going to put in some serious work if he catches someone off guard. That's why they're on the chase and playing the edge right here. EVA 8 in the back pocket too. Gold helmet. Gotta love the utility that Fun has right here. Unfortunately, that's not the distance that you want to go and use that Devotion. So a couple single shots right there and waiting for his opportunity to let that thing rip.
Oh wait, I just realized Liquid don't even have a recon character, so it doesn't matter for them to try and play off of beacon buildings here. They're just gonna walk their way into Fragment as the ring does continue to pull in. We do have a squad that might be Cheez-It playing on that big building. Charge rifle shots connecting onto Nocturnal, but he's gonna be all right. He's got the gold armor along with cells to back it off. It's gonna be a jump rotate coming in for them as you have Nocturnal getting focused down mid-air, but he will force them back with those nades now as Era trying to take full control over this building, the construction building on Frag West. Hakulo got the first knock onto them, though, and now Era are scrambling to try and recover. A lot of nades going down as Bowser takes a little bit of damage from that Arc Star. They still need to try and get one back on up, but Hakulo will secure that thirst onto Tech. Zeratricky almost getting punished for that, though. We'll be able to get a medkit off as the action continues here. Multiple teams in the area now dropping down to finish off this Gibraltar, hitting for flesh twice. He got a quick armor swap off, but the EVA 8's going to be enough, taking out Bowser. Stunny answers back, but it's still the 2v1 for Team Razor here. Zera should not be taking a 1v1, though. He needs the backup. Stunny is keeping this alive, and now this is a scary situation. You can see the Crypto player, he has less than 100 HP to his name as he chases after the last member. Does get that, but the third party is coming in. Team Razor on the back ropes. It's G2 coming in for these Thirsts, stealing the kills away from them.
That's what G2 does. They show up when teams least expect them. Now they need to fend off the third party. It's just 2 free kills going into their back pocket. Very impressed, though, by how Iron Man Sympathy actually gets finished, and that's Team Razor going out in 15th place. I loved how he tossed the grenade, forced the player out, and then was able to finish off that 1v1. Great utilization of the frag grenade there, and also great utilization of the portal here from G2 to get out of dodge, get some heals back. Rude, gentrified, closing the door on your teammates. All right, he was just kidding, guys.
Yeah, in the past, you know, G2 would have stuck around for something like this, would have just egoed, fought. But they know the stakes. They want to get another dub under their belts before the season starts off. Team Intel in a fight up against Liquid. Actually take them out, but Gentrifying gets a knock onto Intel. Can they punish them? They're not too far away, as Imperial Hell actually will get that thirst. And I think just the presence of Hell might slow things down for G2 here, but I know they've got the man advantage. Here's TSM playing off of market for now. So I'd be surprised if G2 full commit onto this one, as you can see Imperial Hell trying to find himself a nice little angle here. And it is going to be the full send coming out from, it looks like it's Nestle Splash this time around, right on top of Intel, taking out turns. They know the situation that they're in. Cheez-It did a lot of work today, and they're starting to catch up. And so, Team Splash need to catch up, but Imperial Hal with a nice angle will throw down that Arc Star. Team should be able to back away as they try to go for that reset. Imperial Hal gets punished this time around as he tries to make it back to his squad. That's going to be G2 showing up, getting the knock onto him.
I had a feeling that Hal, even though he does get that knock, that was amazing play. Prize needs to be a little bit closer to him in that instance if he does need the bubble. Tough break for Hal right there, because that was just amazing plays going through that window. It's just that that team was extremely healthy. They took down a duo, so that wasn't as hard of a fight as maybe Hal was hoping for, and there wasn't as many weak players as he was hoping for. If that Arc Star would have connected, it could have been absolutely huge there. As C9 now scrambling on the Epicenter Hill to stay alive. Now dropping down to the low ground. Zach can always get back up if he needed to with the bounce pad, but that's just to get the one player from 303 down. That's going to be Styx. That's going to be Naughty with the finish as well.
And now Relayley, the only one up top. He is by himself, taking some damage, might actually fall. But he does at least make it over to the ledge for now. Escape picking that one up, but will he be able to punish it? Here's Pringles, though, still over at Fragment, trying to make a push now. So we've been having a lot of action with this ring closing, surprisingly enough. 303 do get finished off in the meantime, but Pringles now trying to hold this building. They get challenged. The bubble has gone down. Phony, despite getting cracked, will continue to push forward. That's going to be sniped down, going down. Breezy's the only one up left, I believe, for TSM.
Wow, that's a really nice job pushing into this building there as they get that final knock as well. And I think did they somehow get Hal back in? I think they did. So that's going to be TSM actually going out in 11th place. So nice job by Pringles infiltrating into the building. It's been a lot of action, like you said, Jamerson. Not as many fights as we were expecting there. There was it's just way more fights than we were expecting, excuse me. Non-stop action after the official fight happened with Hal kind of pushing in there and making action happen over towards the window. We've also seen a lot of snipers in this zone, more than normal.
Yeah, in these urban landscapes, you don't see that many unless you're playing rooftops. But so far, it has been working out to some decent extent, as you have, it looks like, a squad just reestablishing themselves on the Epicenter high ground, having some difficulty climbing up as he's getting shot at as well. Oh boy, eventually he'll get up there. Oh boy, he does get tagged, but he's going to take the safer route, the easier route as well. So instead of trying to go for the double diamond climb, he's just going to go for the bronze climb.
Reminds me of why I played Pathfinder, because I'm up there and, you know, I'm just screw this. I'm going to grapple up there. I'm not going to deal with this clamoring stuff, but hopefully he stays alive as he has to make his way back on over towards his teammates. G2, they're locking down Diner Building, making sure that everything is covered. They're doing a great job of gatekeeping, too. You can see always playing the edge of the zone, going to keep the action directly in front of them to get information on where this next zone is going to move and then make their play after that. But a lot of different options to rotate. Again, I like this composition, especially for their play style and what their skill set is they're locking down, again, this high ground, and Gentrifying eventually going to run out of ammo, but he's been just one-clipping people from up here.
This is a lot of space being controlled by G2 with the Diner Building, with this 5-story building as well. And they've got two teams just ahead of them right now. Another team to their south playing off of the Respawn construction building to the south. That will be forced out of position as the ring does finish up closing. But G2 are in an excellent spot. Remember, they were in first place. They had, about a 14-point lead. They have at least 4 kills, Gentrifying 4 of them right now, and they've hit the top 10. So it's all about sticking the landing. Like we said, they don't need a win. They just need points, and they're definitely doing it here for the final game.
Fairly rare to see a team have that type of confidence to go and split up like they are. But again, based on their composition and how comfortable they are playing with each other, they're able to do this. And it's nice having options to have either building so you can decide which way you want to rotate, but you're also getting more information than you would be stuck inside that Diner Building. That bird's eye view that Gentrifying was able to provide is always big, and now Pink is going down towards this building, which do you really want to coexist in here? Maybe you could just take it over with shots like that.
They do have to deal with a Caustic, though, on the other side. Gentrifying, clearing the barrel, and gets punished just a bit for it. But yeah, they need to make something happen right now. They have 50 seconds left to go before the zone actually finishes closing, or starts closing. They might be able to play on the other side of this wall. It looked very close, but they want the building instead. As you can see, there's another team to their south right now, making their way up from construction. So a lot of contesting going on right now, but G2 are still in an excellent spot, but it's about now slowly bleeding out this squad, clearing the traps by traps, and you can see he tried to go for that spam with the PK just to at least pop that barrel a little bit earlier. Doesn't actually get it. Still, though, G2 are in an excellent spot right now.
Eventually, they may realize this staircase could be the best angle for them, because there's not many opportunities for this team to go and push out, but the Caustic is so annoying in this instance. The barrels, you have to continuously shoot them. You have to waste all your resources in your grenades. None of them connected quite yet as we switch on over to the Knights. Knights also have to make a little bit of play here eventually, so we'll see what's in store for them. Asura's wingman has been so on point today.
Yeah, they can just go ahead and you can see the pings going down, slide over to the beacon building for now, trying to gatekeep that squad to their south. Here comes out some thermites. Defensive bombardment will at least force them off the ultimate high ground as Asura and Gildersons gets tagged by that. So they do lose vision of that squad. They've made the cross. They've actually used the bubble, and so this is the opportunity for the Pittsburgh Knights now. Do you have, I think that's going to be Charlotte Phoenix right underneath them, using that Seer ultimate. G2 still trying to get something to work here. It's Nestle Splash on the other side of this one. Gentrifying, getting punished, being inside that building by himself, though. He is stuck outside. There is the bubble res, and doesn't seem like they're trying to punish it too much. Gold back res is there, but they at least stop that for now. Nice knockout onto Malice Mamba, turning things around onto Nestle Splash. Here's the flank from Turns, though, trying to pick them apart. But now, Resulta will get finished off at the very least. Turnaround coming out from Nestle Splash, looking to finish off G2, and they will ultimately go down. But did G2 do enough to secure the win for themselves here in this game? CLG, Cheez-It, all in the middle of the fray right now as Cheez-It. They've been having a good day so far, but CLG are turning things around on them. They lost out on Moss. Finicky gets a quick armor swap as Golden turns around to secure these thirsts, at least onto CLG. They need to make sure that Mollis stays alive. Make sure that they have the full 3 gold bag res will be used to get Mollis back up.
Oh, Finicky didn't realize that there was still a Caustic inside the building, and then he went outside and got picked off by Phony. Unlucky there, but great pressure from Team Pringles, and also nice job staying alive. I believe that was Mollis going over towards that high ground, and they're also getting a res on the second floor. Phony with the original knock again after player does get res, and now Fury's gonna have to back up and heal. Good timing there for Pringles. This building has been so horrible to stay inside. So many different death boxes, and that knockdown shot reminds me of Lion when he couldn't cross the other day.
Yeah, they've learned better, and they will be able to deal with Rice Krispies taking them out, excuse me, of Nestle Splash. On board with Team Pop-Tarts. Remember, they had one win today. It wasn't the highest scoring of games, neither is this one so far, but they're looking to finish this one off with a win. Being on that bubble position, every single point matters. Seeing that Cheez-It has gone down, they know that this is their opportunity to really try and come up with some clutch points. You've got Pittsburgh Knights on the bridge, along with the Charlotte Phoenix squad coming up behind them as well, and Applejacks playing underneath the bridge. Huge amount of teams here. It's the final 4 teams, actually, along with that Northwest squad as well. Pittsburgh Knights getting pushed now. Good spray down, pulling out the wingman, but Bronzy has gone down to Kodagami. It's going to be Asura, the only one left, as the Charlotte Phoenix haven't lost anyone quite yet, but oh boy, they just lost out on Stink. Greek is trying his best to survive as he's popping a bat this entire time. Arkstar's coming in as Pop-Tarts try to get involved in the third party, but they have to deal with another squad coming up behind them. They've lost out on Mooney and Lion here. Z Davis will just be left to try and survive for as long as possible. Applejacks picking up all these kills left now. It's the final 3 squads. It's going to be Applejacks along with Pop-Tarts and I want to say Pringles still alive throughout all of this.
It's a partnered party here in Frag, and it's unfortunate to see how Pop-Tarts fell apart in that type of instance when they were going for that third party, but Applejacks is going to take that 9 times out of 10, and Z Davis trying to rat this one out. He's in a good spot. Maybe he's afraid of hitting heels and having a team find out where he is, but this is a great play from Z Davis to sneak away from this and try to pick up some extra points.
We have another 10 seconds before the zone starts closing in on Applejack's. Lion will get finished off. Z Davis looking to just come in for that third party. He does get scanned up, but their main focus is going to be on Applejack. So Pringles and Applejack's fighting this one out as Z Davis just watches along. Does he have any nades to throw down? He's just biding his time as Pringles do have Applejacks right below them, and the scan goes downwards, so they don't know that he's above them right now.
They have no idea, and why not just take this fight, right? You're feeling pretty confident. I feel like if you could win this fight, you could kill the rat. The rat has not been discovered yet. Amazing play from Z Davis. The question is was he able to heal? And you're right, Jamerson, does he have any grenades? Grenades would be so useful here.
Doesn't look like it. I'd have one out right now if I were him. So it's just going to be a slow burn here for the final circle. The slow circle actually closing in on both of our squads stacked right on top of each other. We'll see. Maybe Pringles tries to push out onto the open beforehand. Defensive bombardment goes down. It's going to force out the bubble, at least, from Phony. There's an opportunity now for Applejacks afterwards to try and climb up with a bubble of their own. Scissors just holding the angle for now. Great scan, just keeping an eye on them. That Kraber could be the big difference maker here for Team Pringles.
It's crazy how he has to scan below, and that allows Z Davis to stay alive a little bit longer. And with 13 seconds left, I don't know if he's going to pull off another scan. So this is a perfect situation. 145, no scope there for Scissors. Everybody trapped at the bottom there for Applejacks. How are they going to get out of here? If they could add a lot of pressure on for Z Davis, he could potentially win this one. Pringles looks like they have the advantage right now, though.
They traded away, though. That's going to come down to a 1v2. Z Davis actually stealing away one of these kills from above. It's going to be a 1v2. They have the armor swaps. There's the knock. Z Davis, he just needs to connect with these shots, but now he's been cracked as he goes for the drop down. Misses almost everything on that R99, but he pulls it out one more time, and does he clutch up? Oh. No! Z Davis narrowly missing away on the second victory for Pop-Tarts tonight. It was still a good effort for him, securing second place. And these points are going to be so crucial going into the final weeks. But what a way to end the day.
Great job by Z Davis. You can't give him enough credit. That could have been huge for Pop-Tarts. It still was, like you said, picking up all those extra points, just a sliver away, maybe a grenade away. Man, what a great job coming in towards the end of our partner teams. 3 partner teams in that final circle.
And we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll be able to announce the winners of our Pro Night here for Splash Week right after this break.
Hey guys, I'm just Gibby, and thanks to Splash, I'm never thirsty while gaming.
That full reset, and most of the cooldowns are gone. Never mind, it's actually Nestle Splash that are here, not the bench warmers. As Charlotte Phoenix are making the push, they've already gotten 2 knocks, and now this is the opportunity for Nestle Splash. Razor down now as Nestle Splash have the man advantage as well. It's the full push out for them. Will it be back-to-back wins? It should be, as Charlotte Phoenix are now down to just Greek God, and he is stuck inside the car by himself. The full 3 members of Nestle Splash going in for the final kill. Nestle Splash with the back-to-back victories here in Pro Night.
If you guys are ever looking for the latest gear or drinks, head over to walmart.com/esports arena. I play Apex Legends for Team Splash, and this is Splash Week.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals 3 layers.
Welcome back, everyone. Game number 6 all done there, and Applejacks able to grab a win. But likely the highlight of the day was our man Z Davis ratting it out as best he could, able to get the high ground thanks to playing the Valkyrie, and definitely made that final circle very, very interesting. Sadly, wasn't able to clutch it up there for a Pop-Tarts win, but still a very fun finish to the day there. And obviously G2 has got to be feeling great. They don't get the win there, but I think they definitely were able to get enough points to secure the victory here tonight. But let's check out our final player of the game here for Splash Week, and it's going to go over to Cubsky. 6 kills and almost 1,200 damage. That's a great game for Cubsky here and for Applejacks. This is a squad that, you know, hey, look, they're running short on time, but if they make a big run, they could try and chase down a Pop-Tarts or a Splash for that final, you know, spot to avoid relegation. So it's going to take some incredible play with just 2 more weeks left ahead of all these teams, but still a game to hang their hat on there for Team Applejacks. Let's see if they can carry it into next week's play. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, though, Jamerson and Tom will check out our final leaderboard for the day, and I'll be back to close the show, so we'll be right back. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Eat, Speak, Compete.
Eat, Speak, Compete.
Yes.
Name, incredible. Logo, even better.
And I'm your host, as always, Yeso, joined by my co-host, Luke Shimoni. Brew.
There's a lot to unpack there. I don't even know where to start.
If one of the North American teams doesn't win, their 2021 season is done. I got my fingers crossed. I think you got this. Let's turn more towards the competitive side. They finished strong.
Like 35-2.
They finished strong. They looked.
If the only intent is, hey, let's make this game as esports as possible, then sure, but that's never going to be what Nintendo does.
And I'm very curious to see what kind of their first take on what a Valorant World Championship should look like.
Dang. That's super fun sounding.
Yeah, I think it's going to be awesome.
That sounds super fun. I think that's like
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. It's been a hard-fought evening. G2, did they do enough with their back-to-back wins in games number 4 and 5 to secure the bag? Well, we'll find out in just a moment as we check in with the Mobile One leaderboard. We had a lot of teams fighting for that top place, and G2 will be able to secure the bag. 74 points overall, another G2 win here in Series E.
Pretty decent job by our teams that are contesting for the spot in the relegation as well. So big props to Applejacks and Cheez-It for putting up a decent amount of points. I mean, 48, 3 points behind TSM is not that bad, but there was 2 teams that rose above everybody tonight, and it was definitely G2 Esports and Knights.
Yeah, so congratulations, G2. They'll be walking away with the 350. Pittsburgh Knights get the 150. But now we have to take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of that last game, and no doubt about it, it's going to be, of course, this final fight. Pringles just way too preoccupied with Applejacks underneath him, and I thought this would have been the big difference maker, hitting that body. Unfortunately, they weren't able to punish and get follow-up damage to get the knock that allows Applejacks to just push out here. And during the mad scramble, I believe Z Davis even gets a knock throughout all of this.
He does. I thought he was going to hit him with the missile barrage from the top-hand side, too, to throw things off just a little bit. But the big thing right there, quick armor swap from Cubsky. He didn't realize both those players were so weak. If he slid down, they were virtually one shot. So now sliding down a little bit late, and then Cubsky hits that shot. You have to give credit to both these players. The presence of mind from Z Davis to even get to that point, and then Cubsky staying alive and winning this 1v1.
Man, that arm shield actually tanking just enough. You saw Cubsky was sitting on about 30 HP, the arm shield eating up the 50 there. That was the big difference maker. When you take those duels up against Gibraltar, the arm shield can come in incredibly clutch. So great games coming out from Applejacks. Like we said, we need to check in with the cumulative leaderboard to see exactly where everyone stands, because this was a good night for teams like Cheez-It and Applejacks who are trying to climb up the ranks right now. You can see how close that race is. It's an 18-point difference between Cheez-It and Nestle Splash, and there's a 16-point difference between Cheez-It and Applejack. So all of these points, all of these performances, incredibly important. But Pop-Tarts, they had a decent game tonight. They had a decent night. They had 30 points overall, so they're maintaining this comfortable lead right now over Nestle Splash. But with a few nights left, I mean, it's going to come down to the wire, Tom.
And you know, they got those total points from just 2 games, Jamerson, where they placed first and then they placed second in that game. So if they're able to stay consistent, Pop-Tarts is going to be really deadly. But if they're not able to get in those positions, I'm a little bit worried. And a lot of that is all teamwork. But I really got to say Z Davis for getting over towards that last point right there. And also for their early Valkyrie rotation that they did to get to the bottom center had to be the reason that they're still sitting in that 4th place, because it was a little bit scary when they were coming out the first 2 games with a goose egg.
Yeah, so once again, congratulations to G2 for the overall win of the night. And of course, Pittsburgh Knights taking 2nd place. We're going to go ahead and send it on over to Yeso. And for all of our competitors that are, of course, having their eyes set on the qualifiers this weekend, good luck. Have a great weekend, and we will see you guys next week. Yeso, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you so much, Jamerson. For those of you that are confused right now, this is just, just getting cozy here to end out Splash Week. Shout out to Mau in Twitch chat, was coming after me for, I guess, man spreading earlier, and I just wanted to show him a real man spread here posted up on the couch inside of Studio Blue. What a week, folks. G2 with another big dub. Intel crushing it on Tuesday night. Tonight's games were an absolute blast to watch. Shout out to Jamerson and Tom, always crushing it on the couch there. So hope you guys enjoyed the show. It's been a really fun week. If you missed any of the action last night or tonight, I got Final Circle I'll be here for, breaking down all of the action from this week, everything going on in the Apex scene as a whole. That'll be live at 5 p.m. Pacific time right here at twitch.tv/esports arena this Friday. You're not going to want to miss out on that. And we'll be back again next week. Remember, 2 more weeks left in this season of Series E. It's going to be a fun run to the finish. For myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena, enjoy the rest of your week, folks. We'll see you next time.